Seattle?
In Seattle.
Yeah.
Okay, which part in Seattle?
Issaquah.
Issaquah,
Yeah.
okay.
What was that?
We haven't had an Issaquah for a while. And I actually know, that's one of the places I actually know where it's at. And where are you from?
I am from Bellingham,
Cool.
born and raised here.
Good. And if you win a penguin, you don't have to take it very far in any suitcases. That's partly why I ask, is because I'm like, if you're from flying away, then don't get that giant one. We still got one more minute.
We're on time now.
We're on time.
So, if you'd like to begin.
It's central monument.
Okay. Go ahead.
It's
It is fairly quiet, and we got more people either coming here or there.
Yeah.
I'll stop looking out there.
Okay.
You know what, if I stand right now, I'm gonna stand. Okay, thank you for coming. My name is Troy Dawson. I'm the lead designer and founder of Casual Penguins. In the past couple of years, I've given How to Open Source a shirt. And during that time, I always have this little section on a place called Free Sewing. And this year, I wanted to give that Free Sewing place a whole talk, because it's a really neat place. And let's make sure, yeah, I can do it. So we're going to start with the basics. What is a pattern? So a lot of people get designs and pattern mixed up, including myself, and this is partly for me, so that I remember, say pattern instead of design. The design is the picture, the stuff that's put on the fabric, and the pattern is actually what you use to cut out the thing. You can get a lot of patterns, you know, they look like this, and let's just go to the next slide. You can go buy them in stores. They usually come like this. They have this really, I can't remember, tissue paper type stuff. It's a little tougher than tissue paper, but it's as light as tissue paper. And you can go buy them. But, as I've said in past talks, these are not open source. You cannot publish this on the web and say, hey, this is mine, or hey, this is community's, because this one belongs to McCall. They paid for the design. Nothing wrong with that. That's a great way for a lot of people to get designs. But what if you aren't a standard shape? And what if, like me, you want to open source it? This is Youst. He's the guy who does freesewing.org. We're going to talk a little bit more about him. But as you can see, he's standing next to me, and I'm 6 feet, well, close enough, 6 feet. He's almost head and shoulders above me. He's a little unique shape. So, patterns. Making the pattern, if you want to do your own, pattern programs can be expensive. There are a few lately, the past 5 or 6 years, that are a little bit cheaper. Professional pattern things. We're not going to go into those, but majority of them, you're paying like tens of thousands of dollars if you're a professional pattern maker. Oh, wait, I skipped one. There is 2 that I know of, and I've asked around. Open source ones, Valentina and Seemly. They're forks of each other. I won't go into the history, but they are open source things. Now, there's also another problem. What if you're terrible at making patterns, like myself? That's also a problem. Even these open source ones, welcome. Even these open source ones aren't, you can make your pattern and they can be open source, but you have to be able to make a pattern. And not everybody is that good. There's some more seats around. Okay. Which brings us to, so that was my quick introduction to free sewing. Free sewing's thing is, it's patterns made to fit you. Jonathan, if you want to scoot over, that way 2 people can sit there. But, okay. it's, I'm gonna say, I often say freesewing.org. This past year in 2025, they moved it to Freesewing EU. So if you go to freesewing.org, you're gonna get redirected. There's several reasons for that. A couple we'll touch on later on in the talk. But if I say freesewing.org, know that they're interchangeable right now. That you go to one, you'll get to the other. But don't be scared, it's not somebody hijacking you. It really is now freesewing.eu, so that's why we're just gonna say free sewing. And I love, this is, when you first go to the thing, this is the first thing that says. And I don't usually read slides, but I'm gonna read this one. And unfortunately, that means I'm gonna turn my back to you for a little bit. Free sewing is open source software to generate bespoke sewing patterns loved by home sewers and fashion enterprises alike. And then the next one, industry sizing is a bunch of lies. Join the slow fashion revolution and enjoy clothes that fit you. Let's talk a little bit about what that is, because that will get into the philosophy of this. Bespoke. To be honest, I had to look this up when I did it. Basically means custom-made products for you or a specific person. It's not off the handle things. A lot of times, in America, a lot of times you'll say tailor-made. And that's, if you replace tailor-made with bespoke, it's close enough. The other one, and we're going to talk a little bit about this, industry sizing is a bunch of lies. Now, to be honest, Youst is the most calm, laid-back thing, but when he says something like this, it sounds like he's an antagonizer and stuff. He's not antagonizing, he's literally speaking the truth. There is no industry standard. Think of a men's shirt large. What size is it? I don't know. A women's shirt large. That's even harder because you got different shapes. Most men at least are straight. And you can't have a talk without an XKDC thing. 14 competing standards, we need to develop one. And this is literally what's happened with the fashion industry. They have the European standard, American standard. And so here's the truth. Whoever paid for the pattern, it fits the person they paid that pattern for. I paid, if you guys heard my other talks, I paid for a pattern and it fits me. I say I'm a 2XL, so therefore if it fits me the way this shirt fits me, that's a 2XL, and all my sizes went off of that. For the women's sizes, it fits my wife as a medium, and all the sizes are off of that. And it's literally what each brand does. There is technically some standards, and some brands you're gonna see that, but that's what they are. And that's why he's saying industry sizing is a bunch of lies, because to be honest, you don't know. That's why you're ordering things off the catalogs and sending them back. So, what did he do about it? Here's a really tall guy. Oh, wait, I went one too far. Okay. Here's a really tall guy, and he got the sewing bug. I started by doing shirts, just so people know, yes, I do make my own shirts. I did sew this shirt. I do make the shirts by hand that I sell. You know, here's a really tall guy, and he started by doing pants. And he made a pair of pants off of a pattern and went, well, these don't fit me very well. They're tall, and all tall pants have wide waists, and he's clearly not. Anyway, he's a computer guy. So just know that he's a computer guy. That doesn't go into the next thing. So he's like, he literally bought a book, How to Make Patterns. And this is old-fashioned stuff, meaning they tell you by hand how to do it. It's things like, so this is how to make this seam. When you're doing a pattern, draw a line over here, at the end of the line, point A. And then here's this formula, and there's point B in your armpit. And he, like I said, he was a computer guy, and he said, wait, that looks like a formula. And that's what he did. He wrote it out, and he made a formula. Here's point A, and point B, which is your armpit. You got the third quarter, here's the divided by 4, so it's a quarter of the chest by the chest easement. Those of you that do patterns know that this is called the eye, and the arm is actually one of the trickiest things. Depending on where that ease is depending on how it fit. Most industry standards, including myself, like it really loose because it fits more people. But if you're like a fashion model, or my sister does sewing also, and she does rodeo queens, they've got these tight things. She has to have those exactly on their armpit. Anyway, sorry, I get diverted every once in a while. So, but the chest ease is a thing. And there's lots of other places on your clothes where you have, hey, here's a measurement, and then you add some sort of ease. And he built this into this program. The program is called Free Sewing. He originally had it named something else, and as this is his words, the code was crud, and he felt embarrassed to put it in open source. So once he cleaned up the code, he named it Free Sewing, and that's where the code is. We're going to talk a little bit about that later. Oh, okay. So, how do you use it? Free Sewing is a back end and a front end. And majority of the times, well, not majority of the times, if you want a pattern, don't even worry about the back end. We'll talk about that later, but not too much. You go to Free Sewing, and there is that introductory thing. You click on Designs. And there is a lot of designs nowadays. This has been going on for about 15 years, and a lot of community members add things. I mean, you got everything from jackets to hats to costumes to plushies, bags. There's several bags, things. We're going to go through 2 of them. The first one's a jacket. We're not going to go through everything. But this is, if you click on the jacket, you see, well, it's a little bit low. So this is probably for a lady. Personally, I like long jackets. But, boy, that doesn't show up very well. Oh, it shows up better on here. Required measurements. We're going to zoom in on that a little bit. But there's a place for documentation. You can click on there and get documentation, and we'll talk about documentation. Used is very good documentation. And then click this one to actually make your pattern. So the other one we're doing is a flat cap, because this is much simpler than a jacket, and I didn't want to overwhelm you with the examples. So if you click on the documentations, so how many of you have used the pattern and it's got 0 documentation on it? It's basically just the pattern. I've got a couple. For shirts, when I first did them, I found one that had good documentation on the thing, and that's what I was doing until, to be honest, until I found this place. He's actually interviewed a professional documentation site interviewed him because his documentation is so good. Now, not every design has been documented by Just. But like the shirt and the ones that he has done is insanely good documentation.
By documentation, do you mean the sewing instructions?
Sewing instructions. That's a much better word. I'm too used to. Yes, the sewing instructions are much better. So you see here, like this one, it says, here I would have to look. But one is the inside and one's the outside, so that you know where's the good side and where's the bad side. Some that are more simple. Did I go? No, I went. This is more touchy than I thought. This is the this is the hat documentation, just step 1. So it's a little different, but still good documentation. And this is really what people want, the measurements. So for the jacket, and this is why I picked cap as the other one, these are all the measurements. Some of you might even know what an HPS to bust is or HPS to waist back. I'd have to look. When you click on there, it will tell you this is how to measure it, this is where to measure it. Again, good sewing, no, I'm going to call that documentation. Anyway, the reason we got the cap is that one thing, head circumference. I can talk about head circumference. I don't have to keep worrying about all these other things. Okay, so you click, make a pattern. That was the purple bottom next to the documentation, the make a draft. You come to the measurement site, and it's going to give you, I can point to both of them. It's going to give you different options. If you want to sign in and make an account, and they don't sell you anything, you'll notice there's no ads on this place. Oh, I forgot to mention it. There's no ads on this place. It's fast. You're not waiting for the ad things. Anyway, if you sign in, pretty much the only reason you need to sign in is you can have different profiles. So I can have one for me, my wife, my son, my daughter, a doll. All of these things, they test by scaling. And that is what not a big, but there is a good percentage of people making dolls. And giant people, because Gus wants, he's not a giant, but he is tall. But he wants to fit, anyway. So if you log in, you can have your different profiles, but you don't have to log in. What if you just want to look and see, hey, I want to see what this thing is. They have, here's basic size things, and that'll give you a basic size. So again, they do not say small, medium, and large. They just have this is how tall that person is. Or if you don't want to log in, you can actually just put in the measurements by hand. For the hat, piece of cake. For the jacket, this scrolls down quite a ways. You saw that list of things. So you don't have to log in, but you can. You can make an account.
So if you make an account, does it save your measurements?
Yes, it saves your measurements. So that if you're doing that jacket and you're like on measurement 5, and for some reason your internet goes out, or your computer crashes, that's probably a better thing. You'd lose that and have to put them all in. If you have an account, it does save your measurements. So after your measurements, then it does. This is the cap again. Those of you who are distinct will notice something about this. There is no seam allowance. Thank you. Now the reason, and this is also goes back to 2025, the users in 2025 just spiked. They went like from 10,000 to 300,000. And I do know why, bizarrely, it's related to AI, but not them. Somebody did hey, let's see how many YouTube videos we can make about this site. And flooded the thing. People started coming. And anyway, they used to always have the seam allowances, but doing the seam allowance does so much more compute power. So that when they got this big, massive thing, they're like, oh, we're overwhelming our servers. Anyway, so seam allowances. So by default, it doesn't have it. So if you do this, it's very simple to turn them on. There's a little button right there. You go down to, that's the default, and you click the seam allowances, and then it puts the seam allowances around it. So again, it's very simple to do, but they don't do it by default because the majority of, there's a seat there and there's a seat over there. The majority of the people are just testing, and so that's why they don't have seam allowances by default. Okay, you do your seam allowances. I want to print it. I don't have a big printer. What can I do? These are all different formats of paper printing, like your normal printer. For the US, there's letter, legal, tabloid, I don't know, large PDF. We won't worry about them. But if you're just doing a letter one, oh, this does not show up very good. I'm going to point at this one. this is the front page. It will divide it up in however many pages it needs to be. And this front page says, okay, here's your draft. These are the pieces of paper, and you tape them together and you cut them out. I'm not very good at that. I'm not the best crafts person for paper crafts. I do it this other way. I export it as an SVG, that is a vector graphic, it's standard. I import it into Inkscape. Oops, sorry. Inkscape. Sorry, that doesn't look very good. We're going to look at this one. And then I take them and I arrange them. I have a local FedEx that has a printer, actually two sizes, one that size, one this size, and then I print it out. And the cost is pretty much the same for getting it printed, pretty much the same as this. But I then have a custom pattern for me, and it fits me, and that is great. So that's how you, for the end user, that's what you're looking at. That'll get you all the way to your patterns. What if you want to help out and stuff? The support button isn't in your face, but it is there. There is a support button. You can help out financially. You can help out. As I said, they got this big wave of users. They're still trying to. You can help out. Hey, I can answer questions and stuff like that. You can help out that way. Now, you notice the talk is about how to open source all this, and I haven't even mentioned where's the code. You won't see it on freesewing.org or freesewing.eu, but it is on freesewing.dev, and I really don't know why that space is there. If you look at my site, there is no space. Anyway, freesewing.dev. It's got, how to do the code, how to help them. You can, if you wanted to, I don't know why you would, but you could set up this on your own home server. But I don't know why you would want to. They do a very good job. The community does. And just like all his other things, he's got great documentations. He knows that a lot of sewer people don't know how to do Git. So he's got a great Git tutorials, not just words, he's got videos and stuff like that. And how to join the community and stuff. So if you want to, just be an end user, go for it. If you want to help contribute with the code, go for it. Help do, answer questions and stuff, go for it. It is a wonderful place. It is a very welcoming community. Yost he's a really neat guy. He's very nice, but he's quiet. You won't see very many videos. I do have links to his I just realized my watch is fast. We do have more time.
Can you add patterns to it?
Yes. And adding patterns, you usually go to the .dev. That's a good question. The question was, can you add patterns to it? The patterns will look like, you remember that one that had the code? They'll be like that, but they will be in sections. So for each, let's go back to the hat. For each that one just doesn't show up good. For each section, there is a blob of code. And so let's say for his shirt, and I've been meaning to do this, is a long sleeve shirt with button on collars. As you see, I do not wear long sleeve shirts, I wear short sleeve shirts. And I've always been, when I have the time, I can take that original shirt, take the sleeves off, make them a short sleeve shirt, and upload it. And because it will, a lot of things have variations, like his shirt has a lot of variations. Do I want, for sewing the buttons, there's literally 4 different ways to sew the button things. And he has variations for all of them, but he doesn't have a variation for the sleeve. So I might add it as a separate shirt in itself, or I might just make that a variation of, hey, you've chosen the short sleeve shirt. We're not going to have button sleeves, button collar, cuffs. Thank you. Button cuffs. We're just going to do that. So yes, you can make your own. And to be honest, I might be able to do that because, like, I've tried drafting that through Seamly and the others, and I realized I'm not good with it. But I am good with code. So I might be able to actually do the change. That was a good question. Is there any other questions? Because we actually have gotten to that part. Yes?
Yeah, so like one of the big things with open source stuff is the ability to fork and make changes and stuff. Is there anything like remixing patterns, like being able to say, I want this pattern but to change it and then share my changes back?
Yes. Yeah, and like I said, you go to the .dev part, and there's instructions on how to do that, how to.
But then they end up on the public sites.
You don't have to.
No, but they
can if you.
I was just kind of interested in what that process looks like.
I didn't go into it because I didn't think I'd have enough time. I'm actually like 5 minutes early, so that's good. So unfortunately, like I said, that was my example, and I was going to try to do that, but I was looking at the time and I was like, I'm not going to have time for that in my talk. It's documented. Go to freesewing.dev, and it should tell you. I forgot to repeat the question. The question is, can you well, it's free, so you can fork it anytime you want. Nobody's done the competing free sewing, but somebody could.
Well, I'm specifically interested in, so like with Scratch, you can remix projects, which means that like you're not remaking Scratch or forking Scratch, you're just taking a creative project and then making changes and resharing it, and that creates this very active community.
Yes.
And so I'm kind of interested in how the community is impacted by the open source nature of this, because sewing is generally kind of
I'm going to repeat your question, and I hope I'm repeating it correctly. The question is, how has the community been impacted by the fact that they can fork or branch patterns and make other patterns? It's been impacted a lot. The very first thing that got put up there was the shirt. And if you look, there's about 4 or 5 different hoodie styles. And then started doing dresses, and they went, for a while they were doing full dresses, and now you're seeing a lot more skirts, and they call them blocks. Okay, I'm not, as much as I like sewing, I'm not that much into fashion, but they have top blocks that you build things on top of. Some of you might know what that means. I don't. I prefer my whole thing. Anyway, very good question, and the very open source nature of it, and like I said, it's a very open community. The very open source nature of it has allowed the patterns to just grow, and they're adding 4 or 5 patterns at least every year. This year they've already added 2. One was a different type of top. The other one was, I don't remember. The fun thing is all the patterns aren't shirt or blouse. It's tailor. Oh, I just get the pun. That was the very first one that he put up. But they have somebody's name or something odd. Sorry, I've known that shirt pattern for all these years, and I finally get the pun of tailor. But they have names, and that's part of the community thing. Is they like just sort of having fun. Yes.
Do patterns have a particular free and the open source license?
They use yes. The question was, do they have a license? And yes, they use the CC attribution license. So you can use it for whatever as long as you do attribution. I think they're 4.0, CC 4.0 attribution license. It's a good question. They're all good questions. Any other?
I'll
Yes.
throw one out there. They're gonna be working with or have plans for another company to coexist with that has a 3D scanner, so we don't have to do all of our measurements.
So, this question, okay, the question was, do they think of doing something that does a 3D scanner so you don't have to do your measurements? And people might have heard of CLO. It's a way to do 3D patterns. So you would give it a pattern like this, and it would actually shape it as a 3D thing. They actually approached them, and there was a big no, because theirs was proprietary. If there is an open source place that will do 3D scanning, I'm pretty sure he would.
Kind of that 3D scanning of
The body
Yeah,
things.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Clo also does that.
Oh, okay.
And that's one of the reasons. So at this point, no, there isn't. But I know Yost is, I mispronounce his name all the time, I'm sorry. He has looked into it and would be open to that, yes. If there's no other questions, we're gonna go to the raffle. Did you guys know that there was a raffle
No, I
for
didn't.
free penguins? Okay. Any other questions before we move on to that? Because that's when they'll probably cut the video off. Yes?
For things like a stuffed animal or a plushie, is the sizing thing just like how big you want it to be? Instead of just like, instead of like how long your arm is or something?
That's a good question, because they have at least 2 on there. I didn't actually, octopus, there might be 3. If somebody can look that up, okay, the question was for the plushies. How do you tell how big it is, basically, is the thing. Just go up and look at the plushies. I'll let.
In development.
Well, I'm sure there's a way to tell how big the plushies
Are
are.
the plushies parametric? Like, can you change the dimensions of them? Is that I think that would make me wonder.
That's what I don't know. I've never actually.
So you could make
So
one. In
it
theory.
looks like you just scale the output.
The output. Okay.
I'm on the
He's on.
site, and it looks like you just scale the pattern when you're printing it out.
Okay, so it's going to make it bigger and smaller, but it's not going to make the shark like have a long tail or something like that.
Correct. So
Okay.
when you print it out, you just change the scale of the pattern, but there's no variables to change to generate a different pattern.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to repeat that. So the question was for the plushies, can you change different parameters? And somebody in the audience, I won't say his name, said, no, it looks like you can just scale it. So you can't make the shark's tail longer or the skull's. Well, you've seen the logo. They actually have a plushie of that skull. Let's see, how much time do I got?
You have 11 minutes.
11 minutes, and that's for questions and answers.
Yeah, for the Q&A or the wrap.
Okay, I'm going to cut it off. We can do the raffle while we're doing the Q&A, but they're going to cut the video off then because they don't, at least in the past, they haven't liked having the raffle in the video that goes out. So, thank you. The raffle going. I hope there's not more than 30. If you've already got, Jonathan, can you help me out? And can you help me out? If you've already got a penguin from me, please don't enter the raffle. You want to enter? Okay. And rip off one of, Jonathan, rip off one of the things and put the other one in the back. But how do you know which one goes first? Okay. Okay. There's Jonathan doing it one way, and you go do it another way. So, we just have the penguins. If you want, we do have stickers up here. And the belt. This belt is, I'm not gonna do the raffle, it's whoever wants a belt. I mean, it's got Scully, that's the name of it, it's got Scully on it. I don't leave the plastic on. And this is their things. That's one thing I didn't mention on it. It doesn't say male or female. It says, if you look on the things, it says with breasts, without breasts. So, they try to be,
Interesting. Consider versus fit.
yeah, because you know what, sometimes people like me do. My sister-in-law always teases me.
It's gonna bring that up when you said that men are generally straight.
Yeah.
Just leave that alone.
But you can actually, some guys.
Different levels of beer bellies, and there's all kinds of different.
Yes, and there's lots of dimensions.
Or fleshy bellies, I guess.
Fleshy bellies.
Fleshy bellies.
There you go.
I do not.
So, while they're handing them out, and let me know when you're done. For the people that came in a little later, we asked everybody where they're from. So I'm gonna ask, well, where you're from. So I'll start with you two.
We're from Olympic College in Brampton.
Oh, okay, so not too far.
We
And,
all are.
oh, all that came in late?
Yeah, except for the last. You know her.
Well, I know her.
Yeah.
She's in Spokane from
And then
my,
this gentleman, I think you know this gentleman over here.
that would be my son.
Okay.
Did I,
Oh, your son's giving you those challenging questions. Nice.
oh no, that wasn't my son giving me the challenge
You're
question.
talking about me.
Yes,
Yeah, Seattle.
Seattle.
Oh, okay.
Okay, who hasn't said where they're from? And, okay, where are you from?
Kirkland,
Kirkland.
across the lake from Seattle.
Okay. I was gonna say, I knew I'd heard of that. Okay, so we got, does everybody got a raffle ticket that wants it? Okay, let's dump these two together. And these are the new bag, part of the new bags, they don't have handles yet, that I'm working on. And yes, I did do turtles, my aunt talked me into doing turtles instead of penguins. Well, no, there's a bunch in there. Okay. You don't want to miss anybody. Okay. When I hand them out, you will, whoever it's first, second, or third gets, you pick which one you want. Okay. So, first one, 720195.
Yo.
And where were you from? You were with the.
I'm from here. I got
Oh, you're
one
from here. Oh, good. So you don't have to worry about luggage. The second one, 720189. And I didn't even remember your name, but I don't. It's not Chris. Salt. Salt.
Yes, you could.
I try not to look at your name. And the final one, 720178. Do we got a 17?
Yeah. That's great.
Green.
Wait, that's not anymore.
Okay. We're good to go pop up?
It's good to go. All that close doors. However, I'll be happier tonight, so after restarting it, I need to,
Oh, got connected thing again.
Alright. Yeah, that's better.
All right.
Hello. I am not presenting. Daniel is presenting on Linux kernels on FPGAs. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. All right. So I'm going to get started. The general concept. All right, it's working today. So what we're looking at is in Linux there is a lot of system calls that control a lot of different levels of things, and it's something where it's just stacks and stacks and stacks of abstractions which have a real cost. This is the map of how many things get down to all the different layers. Probably the most important thing to look at for me anyway is networking and storage, which go through an awful lot of layers before they get to where they're going. With what I do all day is I have to send packets and read disks and do cloud services, things like that. This is probably the biggest thing that gets in my way is when there's all these different levels of abstraction, I can't actually just do the thing that I'm trying to do. So I use FPGAs, and I don't know if anybody knows what they are. It's a field programmable gate array. I'm assuming you're in this room because of that. There's little itty bitty ones, sort of some medium-sized ones, and then really big ones, and these are the ones that I've been using lately. They've got high bandwidth memory and a lot of networking speed. There's even bigger ones though. These are 800 gigabit total speed for the networking. They get even up into the terabit per second range. The reason is when you're really, really scaling to huge sizes, you have to use a whole bunch of computers otherwise, and FPGAs give you a lot of determinism. And I'm going a little bit quick through those so we can have Q&A, because last time. So, using this FPGA, we sit at the center of a lot of high-speed memory, the PCI Express, the SSDs can plug directly into the FPGA as well as the motherboard. It has its own memory and networking and everything. If it was to stand alone, it can be a whole server. They even have little arms inside. Like this by itself would be enough, but putting this inside of a big, server machine with Linux on it, you can do a lot more through that edge connector. And so what I've been working on this last year or so is updating this talk for some of the advancements that we've made. The short of it is that normal hardware, you just talk through the kernel and there's a lot of syscalls. And syscalls are blocking. I've been using, I guess, a lot of Node.js and Bun and different things that use epoll at their core to try to have some amount of concurrency, but you still end up with just a lot of going back and forth to the kernel. With what we're doing now, we can talk to the FPGA directly via posted memory writes, and the FPGA talks to the user mode just via direct memory access. And feel free to interrupt if you have any questions, okay?
You're saying it doesn't go through the kernel?
It does not go through the kernel, yeah. So I'll show you what we do on the next slide, but the short of it is that the user mode program talks to the FPGA directly. Yes, sir?
Does this require the memory protection so that FPGA can't write any memory?
Oh yeah, so regarding memory protection, there's a thing called IOMMU that is between all your PCI Express parts and the system, and so that can actually prevent rogue PCI devices from talking to places in memory. And going the other direction, of course, there's the normal memory protections to be able to talk to the FPGA.
And like, do most computers have the LFNW?
For what I'm using, I use server class machines, which all have it. I don't know, I'm pretty sure it's been a standard thing on normal CPUs for a long time now, though. Yeah. And so these sort of abstractions that we use is I'm building a user library and a kernel driver that will expose these things to user mode programs in a fairly coherent way. And when it maps the memory addresses from the FPGA into user space and a fixed queue, like I use huge pages, huge TLB pages. These things are accessible by the user mode program so that you can just directly talk to the FPGA and it can talk back to you. It's fairly similar to DPDK in that regard. And so from the user space, we have a whole bunch of, real actual threads. Probably the best I found is just one per CPU, just to make life simple. Each one can do one of two methods. The one that seems to be the fastest is to actually write all the calls that it wants to do just into a memory buffer, and then have the FPGA go and DMA it out, and then put the results back into it. The other way is doing a posted write, which is just writing to the memory and not checking to see if it got a result. And that gets very, very low latency, but you start getting into, there's only so much writing you can do from the CPU side over the PCI Express. The DMA is much faster. So it's a trade-off between latency and concurrency.
In this diagram, where's the PCI interface?
The PCI interface for this is just the memory space. The PCI interface would just be right sort of in between here and here.
So the queue, the memory space is memory in the CPU box here.
So this queue right here can either be in the CPU space that the FPGA can go and look at, or it can be in the FPGA's memory mapped I/O space, and you just post the writes directly to it. And so the writes from the CPU side, the CPU wouldn't really know the difference between writing to the memory space of the FPGA or the CPU. Yeah. And the FPGA gets an event sort of triggered internally every time it gets a write over the PCI Express bus. And so that's a way to get really, really high concurrency, is just to make a list and then tell it to read the list, or just send them off one at a time. Sorry. It's a little fidgety. Oop. Okay, so this is more implementation specific because I've been playing around with a lot of different ways, and I've found pretty much a lot of programming languages deep inside don't have a way to do some sort of lightweight threads or green threads or things like that that are polling. And so I've been whipping together a new thing with C++ using coroutines that are part of the language since 2020. And with coroutines, you get a waiter object, so you make what look like blocking calls, and then they just kind of go to sleep and return back to something that called them, similar to like a generator. There's coroutines, and we can wake them up again later. And so you can spin up thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands per thread, and when there's enough requests that it fills up a 4 kilobyte page, I can have the FPGA go and read that page from DMA, and that'll do that in the background while it fills up another page, or another page, or another page. I use polling from the executor for the coroutines to actually see when these things are done. I've been using the 2 megabyte large log pages. They hold a steady physical address the whole time, and they're really, really cache friendly, especially if you've got a lot of L3 like you do on server machines. you can fit 32,000 requests into a 2 megabyte buffer, which that would be that many sleeping coroutines on that given thread. And if you have however many CPUs, you have that many threads. It does scale very naturally. I've tried it to the point of just saturating the PCI Express bus. Like, it's perfectly happy to go to whatever you've got. Syscalls, on the other hand, are blocking. There's ePOL and a lot of other kind of things of its ilk that ended up making like Tokyo and all these other kind of concurrency things, but it takes a lot of effort to really sort of dig these things out, and I think just different language design would be necessary to take advantage of this properly. What I've been doing for development, in lieu of making the kernel driver just yet until I've got the interface the way I want it, is you can access PCI bus just from the file system. And so if you know, you know your bus ID of your FPGA, you can just memory map your resources. I use the right combining. I can change the PCI Express config. There's this remove and rescan. When I flash the FPGA to a new image, it kind of goes dumb for a minute, and then you have to rescan, and it gets reassigned everything. I've also been doing partial reconfiguration, which is leaving part of the FPGA in a static sort of way, so the PCI Express bus and everything stays, and then just changing how the handling of it inside the FPGA, and that doesn't need any removal or rescanning. And so the idea is that you would very quickly switch between designs for programs that cared about how you're doing stuff on the FPGA side using partial reconfiguration. Some of the differences for how these things work, this part right here is, and I've measured this a lot of times, this store to PCI Express space, if you're doing it sparingly, is free because it gets sort of put into the instruction stream of things you're not normally using. In the write combining buffer, there's just a writes pending thing. They get lazily flushed out. You can also do like a store fence or something to flush them out faster, but all of the actual effort is just switching between all the green threads, which is something that every language has to contend with anyway. From the actual CPU side, there isn't even, like, there isn't a measurable expense. All right. These are some of the speeds of PCI Express, just for sake of comparison. The next generation of FPGAs, from AMD at least, have PCIe 6 with 16 lanes. That's a lot of gigabytes a second. That V80 I have has got PCIe 5. Some of the smaller devices I have generation 4 with 4 lanes. But I've tested across a lot of different things. This is what the limitation is. Whatever you're trying to do, this is the limitation. And so I've done some actual benchmarking on this to see what it looks like. The simplest calls I could think of in Linux for syscalls wise is like get PID, get your process ID. It doesn't have to do anything. Just literally go to a syscall and come back. You get about 500,000 of those a second, which, it's better ways to spend your life. When you do it over the FPGA, these numbers right here are just the FPGA bandwidth divided by 64 bytes, which is the maximum if you've got 7 arguments, plus the 8th argument being which green thread invoked it. Not all commands need all 64 bytes. You can cut that in half and quarters, etc., and these numbers get even bigger. There's about a 84% efficiency for the PCI Express for when you're doing a DMA read. So this is where these numbers come from. And if you go and have, multiple V80s or, it just gets bigger and bigger. There's just nothing else to it. these are the safety concerns we were speaking about. So there's the MMU from one side of it, and there's the IOMMU on the other side, which I probably talked about in a different slide. The queues. So there's, if you don't want to do things dynamically, which you shouldn't, you allocate fixed queues of how much concurrency you want to have. And so with PCI's built-in back pressure, just that by itself, as long as you allocate your request queue, because it's writing the results back to the request queue, you can never request more than you have space to actually write it to. And because the requests are ingested via the FPGA reading them from memory, there is no place for it to sort of overflow the queue. And it takes very, very few individual page reads to read the whole thing. It's 512, and there's big enough buffers in the FPGA to hold that. So you can't overflow the queue. You don't reallocate or do anything in the meantime. The other part is this: is some people really, really hate polling because it uses a bunch of CPU. You can do interrupts. And so assuming, for instance, you had thousands of coroutines all waiting, and they're waiting on something that took a while, you can just have it wait on an interrupt, which does have a syscall involved with it. But that is what it is. I prefer polling myself. The error reporting is just when you write back to the results, you get the result flags, and you can have as much results as you want. It is just a matter of integrating that with whatever language you're using. Okay. So this is the responsibilities for the FPGA, and the other part is the thread scheduling. I've been experimenting with if CPU A, thread A, makes a bunch of requests, can CPU B on thread B handle them? And so I've been having the FPGA schedule the green threads by stealing some of the results from one bucket and putting them into another. And you can maintain coherency because over PCI Express, everything is serialized into individual results anyway. And so rebalancing the CPU workloads using the FPGA to do it is something I've been working on a lot, and it's got promising results from that regard. Oof. I think I've been saying why a lot, but in case anybody wants to know why. So the deployment process is this part right here. This is using AMD FPGAs. In principle, you can use any particular companies. I just happened to have started with these a long time ago. This on the left is Vivado. It's got all of its normal steps. It's kind of slow in what it does. It's the biggest complaint that I get anytime when I talk about using an FPGA for anything. It's not just AMD's FPGA software. All the FPGA company software is pretty slow when you get to bigger FPGAs because placing and routing all the wires on an FPGA is a NP-complete problem, like Sudoku on steroids. It is massively painful. I've heard stories from professors where they can't get students to learn FPGAs because when they hit compile and it takes a week, the students lose interest. So RapidWrite is made by two people at AMD, Chris and Eddie, and they're incredibly responsive. RapidWrite can make these design checkpoint files and skip any of these particular steps as long as you're willing to do the work yourself. And that also makes it so you can, make tiny modifications to your design and do tiny little places and routes on your stuff and just sort of do differences. And so if you made something in Vivado that worked just the way you wanted it to, but you want to make a tiny change, you can load it into RapidWrite and talk to it and, you know, make some change, and then have RapidWrite go and make you a bit image to, you know, do your partial reconfiguration again. The biggest thing I'm working on is getting that latency down between some change to what the FPGA design is supposed to be doing and it actually running on the FPGA. Just using Vivado as is with really small FPGAs, you're looking 3, 4, 5 minutes for round trip changes. Big FPGAs, half a day, a whole day, maybe weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
On GPU.
Oh, so what?
On GPU.
Oof. So yeah, that's the downside of FPGAs. I've been working a lot in doing the place and routing and everything, and so I've got a lot of tools that work with RapidWrite and Vivado to do that for, well, my own sanity. These are some things that people have suggested, and I've been working on trying to see if you had this available inside of your system, how would you use it? Would you like it? One of the hardest things that I've heard people talk about is a wait-free, lock-free, multi-producer, multi-consumer queue.
Does it work?
So what?
Does it work?
Oh yes. So the hilarious joke about it is that because everything is serialized, when you make writes, reads, anything over PCI Express, you don't actually have to worry about atomicity at all. And so if you have all your threads all writing to memory, they all just end up one at a time as messages coming in to the PCI Express, and they just go right in the FIFO in the FPGA. And then when you make requests for the readers, those come right out of the FIFO and go to all of them, and you get the serialization for free, limited by the PCI Express bandwidth. And memory allocators, arena allocators, all those kind of things end up being a multi-producer, multi-consumer queue because everything wants to free things, and that adds things to the queue. If things want to allocate things, that pulls them from the queue. And so if you just say, hey FPGA, here's the memory I have to work with, and you load it all in so it's all free space, the FPGA can actually just make allocations in freeze and, you know, let all the threads just have a good time. Again, multi-threaded, all the threads. Message handling is also another one. Just think of like a local loopback network adapter, but again on steroids, especially for, you know, things like VMs and everything else, containers. This list can kind of go on forever, but it ends up being is what is the order that you want the queue to be, and how big's the message? You know, they're really, I could list a million things there, and it just ends up being the same thing at the top. Just sort of some examples is, can you do these kind of different syscalls? Well, because we would actually map the different bar pages for each process, we could actually tell which process the bar is from. So when you did something like get PID, you would know. Random is a really, really fun one because FPGAs can do true-ish random. There's ways to do physically unpredictable random numbers, plus cryptology to, you know, make it all even, you know, crazy faster. But you don't have to ever wait on get random ever again or use stale bits or anything else. That's a fairly big use of speed in CPUs. And if you're getting, you know, known good because you're actually generating the FPGA design for the random, you cannot, you know, you can actually avoid worrying about it because, for instance, the AMD CPUs had an error with RD seed, which would return zeros sometimes but not trigger the error flag. That's a super bad thing because RD seed is the special call to get the really, really good numbers to use for cryptology, for everything. So, getting clock. I did this one a bunch. On my computer, it takes about 64 nanoseconds if you're calling it back to back to back to back to back to back to back. With the real-time clock. Using the FPGA, which just has its own time counters down to the nanosecond, etc., you're just limited by the PCI Express bandwidth again. it's a silly example, but I'm trying to find like the easiest, lowest hanging fruits. This is one that's probably the most useful from a server standpoint, is sending files. So if you just got a regular old web server and you want to read a file and send it out the network, you say, hey, kernel, go do this, and it does it really, really well. If you have an FPGA do it, you don't use any CPU at all, and you can have the thundering herds transfer terabits per second off of SSDs, then none of it goes through the system at all. And I had somebody actually ask me, do you think you can actually get one thread to send so many terabits per second? Like, absolutely, with, you know, basically 0 CPU time. And, you know, they called me a damn liar, which would be true in almost any other case. But a single posted write, you can fit all of these arguments into a single posted write, and then the FPGA just goes to town. Or FPGAs, if you had a plurality of them. Go down, boop. And so we're at the questions time, so thank you all the people, and I want to save time for questions, which I think we have about a half hour-ish.
Yeah.
All right.
20 minutes, 25.
Okay. So just like an open dialogue questions, I got a lot of stuff that didn't really fit on the slides.
Right. So you mentioned that C++ coroutines perform without epoll calls, and RustOQ does something wrong underneath.
Oh, so the C++ coroutines in principle don't use any particular thing. They're just sort of whatever there. And so you can plug in whatever you want into the awaiter area. And so I plug in polling into the waiter area, whereas Rust for Tokyo, I forget what the name of the thing is that Node.js uses.
Epoll,
yeah, it's all epoll and things like that, yeah.
libvpx, something like that.
libuv.
UV,
Yeah. I've been looking at making a custom build of Node.js to use this. I've been looking at modifying Bun to use this. Those would be perfect use cases. Java has green threads, which would be a good case. Go has Go routines. Like there's a whole bunch of languages that have been trying to do massive concurrency for a long time, but they're just always bumping up against actual blocking calls. Probably my most hated thing is opening files is always blocking. And, you know, doing this on FPGAs, that's not necessarily the case. Or that's not the case at all.
In your data transfer example, is that, with file descriptors, is that moving stuff within the same file system?
Oh, so for the send file?
Yes.
So for send file, you hand it a socket file ID and you hand it a file ID, and it just sort of pipes one through the other. In the case of the FPGA, because we're defining what the network is and we're defining what the storage is, it can in principle be anything. Anything that the FPGA can talk to. In practice, the way I use this stuff is I've got FPGAs that have a lot more PCI Express plugged into each other and to a lot of SSDs. And so when I say send this file to this socket, I can send, you know, in one box 9.6 terabit per second with one call, just bloop. That's just 4 FPGAs and 60 drives and 128 gigabytes of HBM.
Terabits?
I see.
Terabits per second, sorry.
And is there, what like type of RAID situation?
It's not RAID per se, so I use forward error correction, and so you just take whatever your object is, you break it up into equal sized blocks, you use what's called the Lubby transform, you kind of just throw them out to all the drives, and as you're reading them in, the FPGA XORs them selectively and sends them out to where they should be. And so you can kill off drives and plug them back in and everything else.
Do you have any pictures of this setup, like of these FPGAs? Or is it all like?
Would you have to kill us afterwards?
Yeah.
You might not survive. So the pictures of those kind of things, the data centers that we put stuff in all have these pictures or these little signs that say no camera, like all the time. And while people do take pictures in data centers, when you take a picture of your own cabinet, they figure out who you are really quick for some weird reason.
Oh, no.
Just as sort of a side note is I participate in a lot of internet exchanges, which is just these big, huge peering data centers. The local one is Seattle Internet Exchange. It's the largest in the whole country. And one of our boxes could saturate the whole thing and be 3 times the daily traffic. We do plug into it, in the same building, in other buildings with fiber and everything else. And I'd love to go around and make more. But like with these kind of things, there was a news article I saw the other day. Cloudflare just reached 500 terabit per second of connected traffic at mostly internet exchanges and peering. That would take 50-something boxes with this 9.6 terabit, and then we could actually meaningfully use it all. I've used the FPGAs to do Berkeley packet filter on the ingress and then send it back out, to scrub it clean. But you don't need to scrub traffic when you can actually just serve the traffic. And so we've got reports from Tolly, and we've got DNS and web servers and everything else that just goes at the line rate of the 100 gigabit plugs, 200, 400 gigabit plugs, and you just massively scale it out. I myself don't like to use CPUs for a lot of things because anything that you can do on a CPU, you can do on an FPGA probably better. The one thing that you can't do is change your program and run it 2 seconds later. So it's somewhat hell for development. But yeah, anything you can think of, graphics or AI or networking, FPGAs are really great for.
You have experience with Webpack hot reload in web.
Say that again?
Webpack hot reload in web.
Webpack hold your load?
When you do web development,
Uh-huh.
so you just change pixel size, component, or instantiate something else. You save it in a file, and it's under 1 second. It reloads your web page you can develop.
Yeah.
So that creates just culture in web developers
Uh-huh.
world, not in ASIC designers.
Oh yes.
Designers,
So where you get
that
instant
you don't
feedback.
have to wait your firmware to compile.
Yes, yeah. And at least for this is when you're using this FPGA as a web server, you can absolutely change your files and have them reload live and everything for data files, but actual stuff like finite state machines, and it takes sometimes a lot longer.
So you mentioned rapid write people. Have you found them recently, or they were part of Vivado ecosystem overall?
Oh, so the rapid write people, Eddie and Chris have been making rapid write for a large number of years. I got to meet them at a conference because there's a contest that they put on a few years ago for using rapid write to route the FPGAs a lot quicker, and there was a big huge contest and everything. But they've been really, really helpful in the intervening years since then too. And but rapid write's for really big FPGAs. Not that it can be used for small ones as well, but.
Yeah. Do they affiliate themselves with AMD or?
Well, they're AMD employees, yeah. Well, they were Xilinx employees before AMD bought them. Yeah, but yeah, they're AMD people.
It's basically the same Vivado ecosystem, very thoroughly.
Oh yeah. And so rapid write can only do all the things that Vivado can do, but it's written in Java and it's a lot more direct. And there's the manual for rapid write. It'll actually have the TCL commands that you would do in Vivado to do the equivalent thing in Java. It's a good amount faster for a lot of things though. Yes?
I apologize, maybe you already mentioned this.
Oh, no worries.
In the first minutes you talked. Do you have like internet links, projects, blog?
Oh, I can talk about some of those things offline. I try not to put things like that in slides. I try not to promote anything company-wise.
I
Yes?
guess another
question about the send file,
Mhm.
like the hardware configuration of it. Like, having not used server level hardware before, like, are the FPGAs, like, they have direct access to the SSDs? Like, it's not having to be mediated through the CPU?
Yeah, so if you just, like the modern Intel or AMD server class hardware, say like the AMD ones have like 100-ish PCI Express lanes, that's acting like a PCI Express switch. So when you first turn on the computer, before it loads anything, it's just sitting there in BIOS, like it says, no operating system, it's just, sitting there, At that moment, the FPGA that's in the computer can talk to the SSDs and everything else and just treat the CPU like it's a PCI Express switch and doesn't use any CPU time, there's no operating, it's just a dumb switch at that point. If you actually load in Linux or Windows or something else like that, then you can actually, do stuff to it from the CPU side. But in principle, there's no CPU time taken at all doing that. In my designs, I actually use dedicated PCI Express switches because I want to have, a lot more SSDs than fit into most, servers, and I want to have a lot more bandwidth and redundancy. But yeah, just over PCI Express, there's no CPU time taken.
What PCI Express version do you use in those dedicated switches?
So these ones is generation 5. The next generation will be 6 when those devices become available, but 6 really isn't available for much anything just yet.
Oh yeah. We're happy to have 5.
Yeah, and PCI Express generation 5 is about 32 gigabit per lane, so it's not slow. But I could use 6 and 7 and 8, please. Yeah. Any more questions?
Are your boxes in use somewhere actually?
Oh, yeah. So we use them for our cloud services. Yeah. So we put FPGAs in data centers and host perfectly ordinary cloud services. Similar stuff you'd find at AWS, Google, etc. Just the serverless version, like the cloud native stuff. Because as long as you respect the protocol, nobody actually cares what you're running underneath. Oh, yes?
So if you didn't use FPGAs, where would most of the overhead or slowness come from?
Oof, if we didn't use FPGAs, switching between user mode and kernel mode is a big thing, a huge thing. You flush all of your caches and things like that. A lot of the mitigations for Spectre and Meltdown really hurt I/O performance. Network cards have their own strangeness for the drivers. SSDs, there's so many levels of abstraction and so much round trips between the memory, the CPU, the devices in order to do anything. It's to try to do so many whatever terabits per second on CPUs in real ordinary hardware would be so painful. And that's why I ended up with FPGAs.
So is the FPGA like a second kernel where the program, instead of talking to the Linux kernel, just talks to the FPGA, which kind of does the same thing?
Yeah. So the FPGA acts as like a second kernel, or even just a separate kernel, because in principle, once your program is loaded and running, you can make exactly no calls to anything from the kernel, from the actual real Linux kernel, until you exit. There's absolutely no reason at all to ever use from the user mode program syscalls right up until you actually exit. And
theoretically, nobody needs syscalls. After you instantiated your program, it can keep running and doing its own things if you do log-free interaction with memory buffers. If you know what you're doing, some atomic instructions will save you.
Without having an FPGA or some other thing in there, you can't read or write files without syscalls. You can't, like anything you might want to do that's outside of your own memory space, you can't do. You can't say hello world. With this, I've mapped the frame buffer from the FPGA, and then you can make a whole entire GUI accelerated from from all of it. You can, read and write to the USB devices. You can do literally anything that the Linux kernel could do.
Did we get something wrong with the Linux architecture itself? Because there is a possibility of create ordinary devices using this approach. Why would you use FPGA for that? Why don't just design generic device drivers to do standard things in the way without syscalls?
Well, so in principle, excluding FPGAs, you could have a hardware specification where you did have just memory mapped stuff for every single driver there is, for every device there is. Like the USB would have to have a huge change in its thing. NVMe would have to have a huge change. Every network card ever would have to have a huge change. Like there's a lot of changes, whole brand new hardware going on for miles. But in principle, yeah, and it would be awesome. I'd buy that.
Very interesting. Can you show the first slide if it's not difficult?
Sure.
It's a very nice picture that shows how many layers of abstraction are in to just make the
This
Linux
one or the next one?
No, the next one.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and this is available on Wikipedia as a higher quality version.
That would be great to check it out. It's awesome. Really want it. Oh, it's. Can I ask you to share this one? There's two the same slides. Thank you so much.
Yep.
These recordings will also be available afterwards.
Yeah, and
So that's on Wikipedia, right?
yeah, it's just this Wikipedia. This is the kernel, the kernel map. And
it's possible to shift Linux a little bit towards the left side. Rethinking everything, right?
well, so
The way we do.
in principle, as long as you have something controlling your security and making sure that bytes go and come where they need to go, the Linux kernel would not be necessary at all. And so you could, in principle, turn on a computer as long as you had something to load your files and set up your memory management. And the memory management can also be controlled from the FPGA because the FPGA can just write to the page tables. The FPGA can trigger interrupts. Like, there's very little left for kernel ring things to do.
So PCI Express really saves us a lot. Green threads and IOMMU, basically all you need to create this kind of robust hardware.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I would imagine like displays, everything like
Yeah.
just that.
And it's incredibly faster.
Wow. What
Like the
computer
word.
games will be on that.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Yes. Yeah. The really funny thing is that of course PCI Express devices can talk to each other. So having your FPGA tell your graphics card what to do would probably be really fast.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
We have time for one more question.
Oh, sure. One more question, anybody?
If it's possible, could you describe, you said one thread and maybe 1,000 coroutines then?
Oh, so the example I did was one thread with 32,000 coroutines, and with all 7 arguments and everything fits into a 2 megabyte buffer.
So how would that look? Sort of the thread would make a call or do something to generate a single coroutine and then another and another?
So the coroutines is you just have what look like normal functions. The return type is just a coroutine return type, and you can have like co-await. And so you say co-await, read this file, co-await, write this file, co-await, I don't know, what time is it? And all of those, when it says co-await, it just writes those to a staging buffer, and it returns back to the executor that looks at all the available coroutines.
Oh, I think I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So
And
okay.
so,
So the thread has been returned, the thread can go off and do something else. And then how does it know exactly when these waits are over?
So the FPGA will write back to its calling buffer with the results, and so the executor will sit there pulling on that spot. Is the result yet? And when a result comes, it'll have the tag of the coroutine whose result it is.
And then make a call to that?
Yep, and just wake it back up again. Yeah. And in principle, if you have a lot of concurrency, you're not sitting there burning a bunch of time pulling because you're always doing something. The round trip time is, under a microsecond.
Thank you.
I think that's everything.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This back there. Yes, sir. Oh my gosh. Those are harder to count than I remember.
Yeah, I will look at
Flywheel. Should have gone to sleep earlier last night.
Thank you very much.
Let's get their installation.
When I saw that they had facilities up until midnight.
Let's do.
Yeah.
Nice talk, thanks for sharing.
Oh, thank
I
you.
was trying to fight that problem my whole life, like 25 years. So what I came up with is an array of FPGAs, packaging.
We can go to the next people.
You want to talk out there?
Can I get your contact business card or something? This is very cool because partial configuration is all in me. We can direct bandwidth. Something we're doing people.
Search.
Search.
I thought you said you were rotating. You've been here for 2 times.
No, I wasn't the person last time. Yeah, I stepped him out.
I think, did he have a beard too?
I think he did have a beard.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries.
Red shirts, beard.
Yeah, we were kind of all trying to make it like.
Well, thank you for the work you do. Are you're set on private? Weird. Here, I'll just go back and take a picture, then you can add it.
Thank you for the talk.
Absolutely. Oh, no, Emily's was supposed to come. Emily? Oh, Emily was supposed to come. She wasn't able to come. You're in? Oh, did you want to come?
Yes. Like, why are we listing Emily when I'm doing? They didn't go good.
Well, at the beginning of the last talk, this was red and 0 devices. We started at 0.
Yes.
I guess the network is dropping.
There was a lot of people here.
Next speaker, where do I?
So we can plug your laptop in right over here.
Perfect.
Do you have an HDMI port?
No, but I can pull one out.
I can do the USB-C adapter.
I have it in my bag if we need it. That I know works. Yep, no worries.
Restart license. Oh, there we go. Everything is set up. So timeline will start about 11:30. And then about 30 minutes for the presentation. Lunch technically starts at 12, but it's a 2-hour lunch. It goes till 2. So.
I should give up. If I do, it won't be long.
Yep, and then we can do like 5 to 10 minutes for questions too.
Yeah, I have to. This is like the best thing you want to learn. Everybody knows how to define radius, okay? Yeah. I mean, I don't care at all. Like, zero. I can teach that course if I want to.
Yeah, it's on the list of those.
Because those are just users. They don't build them, okay? Like,
yeah.
Because I keep reading his all his posts, reading what he's doing, and I'm like, I'm so bored.
I'm gonna go over.
Making your own community is much more important.
I agree. This doesn't start for.
Yeah, let's do something like
Go
this.
over the other building.
Just check it out.
Yeah.
I can leave my box on here to reserve the spot. Sounds good?
Oh, that's all you're gonna leave?
Okay, I can leave a paper and pen. There, it will work.
There you go. What the heck?
Yeah, what we wondered, when I was here in like 2013 or something, there was like an area of stuff that we had interested in.
Sorry, just need to go far, put it down.
One person. So anyway, so what I've started doing is basically saying, there's all these end users who are, they need tech support. They have no one to go to because if you look at all these IT help build up the places, well, we want you to pay for a monthly contract, blah, blah. And I'm looking at the number of people who don't want to do that. $20 periodically, there's a lot of people out there. I said, all I have to do is make sure it's easy to pay, get a ticket open, listen if they don't know if you call it a ticket, I call it.
Yeah.
They just put in a request, runs it through a PayPal flow, I get in touch with them, and I'm already.
So it's just a lot of one-off.
Basically relying on the one-off, but kind of doing it the gig style, like, like
Yeah.
Uber and DoorDash do the same thing.
Yeah.
Maybe some delivery you
There's stuff like Fiverr and there's a bunch of.
Fiverr's a little, well, Fiverr's like generic, so you have to dig.
Yeah, it's a generic one, but I think, there's specific IT sites.
They do, but one of the things about it there, it's really hard to determine who to go to, so what I'm gonna do is do more word of mouth for you and say, if you know someone, if you need help, I wanna rely on the thing a lot of IT guys do, where they do this for a living, but they get burned out and they don't wanna come home and keep doing it for everyone in their social group, right? So there's a lot of people, like in the world of IT, you don't do tech support for your friends and family, but they do need tech support. So what I kinda wanna provide is a system where, because you need to sit down with someone for like 30 minutes to an hour. This is a way to get them in touch with someone. Right now it's just me. $20, figure out what's wrong with your computer so you don't need to go buy a new one. And I've been actually working pretty well in this group that I found where I've been hanging out with people and it's like, I'm playing video games and someone's having lag issues. And he doesn't want to, and everyone else tries to help, everyone else gives their best, you try turning it off and back on again. And after a few weeks of that, they get fed up. And I have sat down with people and I fixed a Steam day. I've helped someone whose game, he wasn't able to download games, it was just really slow. And it was like, that was, Steam was being weird, so I just had to create a sim link and it fixed it. You know, Wi-Fi issue where some kid moved into a new apartment and just didn't realize what you gotta do to get internet going. And one of his roommates had just said, oh, I'll get you wired into my router, and it's a T-Mobile hotspot. So that's why your games don't work. Yeah. You know, it's like, these are guys who were totally fine paying $20 for a little bit of time to sit down and get it fixed. Well worth it for them, worth it for me. And there's a lot of people out there, so while I'm looking for something.
That's not mine.
Well, so the jobs that I usually end up applying for that I would be very qualified for, where I shouldn't have a problem getting, but I think I got overlooked for other reasons, but, it would be $20 an hour type jobs. I should have that, and then, that would mean 20 tickets a day. So if I'm charging $20, but I'm pocketing myself, I take 8 a day. To break even with that. But it's something to do, it looks good on the resume, I'm active, I'm doing stuff. I'm still.
Do you have a good website?
That is, I've just created it, I'm rolling it out, so, it's a basic static one right now. But I'm gonna be setting up a thing where you just.
Do like Google or checklist?
Right now, I just go to the HTML because I've got a different framework that has the integration with PayPal, so that you can actually pay. And what it has is a section where you just create
JT,
an account.
did you see the,
describe your problem.
two links I
Mostly
shared
what
on
it's
that?
just recommending, hey,
Moving away from,
you know, just go here, go on the back of that.
moving away from WordPress.
There's one, I mean, I like the static site.
You did,
See that guy, Olympia Mike, that has the
static site.
The technology
Real
recycling thing, he's dealing with it. He and his wife have one called Member. He seems good for consulting. He started it. It feels a little bit like
people that.
like they've got different things, so you could do it like a Patreon thing, like where it's like monthly coaching or like or remote consulting, or they have different, or you get educational, like a lot of people will do classes through it. It's pretty nice, but it might. So I don't know, we thought that I actually want remote tech support rather than like on-site kind of thing, but.
Yeah, well, right now, from what I've seen.
But basic payment stuff.
So what I've seen in the video game world, that might be a decent chunk of customers that get the spread there. I don't know how far that goes, so kind of, I think there's at least some money, right? Well, so, and if I get enough, it's a way of saying, look, I actually do it, you know. Sometimes, if a company needs like a technical service representative or something, right? That kind of work. This is me doing it. You know, it's one of those things I don't get a job release. And then I'll just not go, you know, like, I'm not just an entry level guy, you know, and didn't go to college a lot of times for really tech savvy people.
One of the things I know is,
college is
autodidact.
Yeah. And they kind of know what they're doing. They're, there's a link to how great they are. So for some companies, I need a tech support guy for our messages. I don't know who they're finding, but it's weird right now because a lot of companies are focusing so much on that, you know, financial growth and profits, that they're shaving off their expenses. But it's, I think the first thing to go, right? Everything's perceived as an expense, so it's important QA. So my area right now, if you trim that too much, you start breaking stuff, and you don't know how to fix it.
which I didn't.
So we're kind of in this weird place right now where I feel like
So
we'll
I started
start
playing.
we'll start hiring more people because you can't trim that so much.
Yeah, but I mean, like my own sentiment with this
At that point, I think probably sometimes.
the whole thing is like a lot of that is just like
I will
a little bit of a smoke screen for
let everybody
us.
know, like,
Yeah.
It's like I feel like they're doing huge investments in physical ones. I mean, that's a lot of that. And not just there,
Yeah.
but that's the thing.
And that between easy outsourcing, either outsourcing to India or just flow here, right?
But they say it's all AI that's changing everything.
Yeah, oh, they're not really, you know.
Yeah.
Well, some of them started scaling back, but
We're
that's
moving
some
some
of the
patch
is where it's either it's the AI type thing or it's guys in India.
Screens.
But one of the interesting
So
problems
they
with
flow a little bit
India
better.
is that they're on a completely different
Which
time
then
frame.
fit
So
towards
what
my
happens for a lot of
schools.
what he's dealing with, whenever
Quick
he's
start
looking at his
talking
IT
about
department, they're contacting at 3 a.m. It's like, so you have this thing like, oh, we'll just outsource it, and they're looking only at the finance. The problem is that there's a quality of service problem in terms of how they're trained to do it and what the expectations are, and their ability to do it at the right time. And
I'm surprised that they're not doing more like Latin America.
Yeah.
It doesn't like anything more sense. Like Belize is English speaking, there's a lot of countries, Costa Rica is a big hub.
But they're all gonna be criminals.
In Guadalajara, it's like San Jose, I used to live there, it's my.
There are Linux communities in Central South.
No, I can tell you about the leg in Guadalajara, it's crazy. There's a guy from San Francisco bought this like big brick building called Linux Cabal. I used to go there, it's great, but he's very eccentric, he has all these old school stories about San Francisco, like in the 80s and 90s. But on the roof, he has this big botanical garden, he has some containers, but it has pigs, like guinea pigs, so there's a flock of guinea pigs. And then there's like the next layer down, is this open area, so there's like that's the very top, and then he has
attaching the
that pig,
USB.
like
I
a
just
giant
saw
pig.
I'm gonna have a challenge.
Anyway, that's what I'm doing, and I'm kind of building the website myself. I got a little well
Getting
program.
the USB
So there's some development
attached
there.
to the board based
But
on what I
it's a
do.
real business. Put my name on it.
What
I
I
can
do
even
is
say I'm a
requires
developer.
putting
You
on
know,
board,
everybody
so
knows,
I'll
know that this is
do
what I
that.
can build.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of places are going to hire. They're always looking for. Because I've talked to some people here who are like, yeah.
As in how it fits into the case.
Months and
No.
months. It's always like,
So-
says, oh, I can't find a job, and the employer just says, I can't.
USB-C port is a
It's like,
separate.
something's not right.
Yeah.
Something's wrong. If you have both sides saying we can't find
Wrong
someone.
LinkedIn purgatory. Yeah, you know.
I have to break it up
You know,
just
it's
before where
like,
they-
yeah, this is-
No, exactly not.
Power grounds.
And it doesn't seem to be.
You have to talk to people.
Yeah, I'm barely on it, it's a very basic profile, and I still have.
I actually,
these
What I
random
discovered
lists.
is.
I have an
I don't
account
think that's
that I
what
use to
you
look at
want.
things, I don't have any information about myself, but I will look at things, you know.
The chip within the
But I've
USB
gotten to the point
Yeah.
where, you know,
will only allow
I
5
was
volts.
living with my dad right now, so.
Takes it 8 down.
And yeah,
And all this, you know, it's about, take a breakup board, it's not a, or
buy better products. I'm not doing this work with myself. Yeah, like
Right,
even the.
either line that or-
What right now, one thing HR is working on.
or USB-C cable.
Is that when they put things on the internet for convenience. to
There
get
are
it
USB-C,
possible,
yeah.
They're gonna stick it outside their area.
ports.
They really only want the local
Right,
stuff.
it just,
They want a digital format.
Put it
So
where
they
it
think,
needs
oh, internet is digital, but they
Right,
want
yeah.
it digital, not internet, digital.
and it's just when there's 3 o'clock this morning, I was like,
Well,
Yeah.
to put it on the internet.
There's space in the
it's
case.
like, and then it's too
The
much.
whole world.
why would you?
And so I'm thinking, well,
So
do I
I did-
create a
I need to
product,
show
just a
you.
little,
Oh,
little
yeah.
local Wi-Fi network that you stick in this Pioneer Square.
We saw it
Digital
on the
job
farm.
board, digital job board for people. that
Yeah.
are talk with their phone, connect to a Wi-Fi.
Oh.
And submit an application. That way you know they're all local.
Working, that you would have globally distributed development or integration of self-motivated external developers into a software ecosystem, and would require a better and more comprehensive understanding of those feelings, perceptions, motivations, and identification that developers have with their tasks in that respective project environment. Another thing there was that DevX could be a means for capturing how developers think and feel about their activities at work, and then improving their experience impacts things like sustained team and project performance. So this is stuff from 2012 that, like today, you see a lot of underlying, like this kind of drives a lot of the changes we see in a lot of engineering departments of trying to help that developer experience, whether they call it that, or you probably see like developer productivity is kind of a byproduct of this. So yeah, it's not a new concept, but it is largely driven by a lot of companies that are trying to sell you something. And a positive developer experience is going to be kind of have different impacts. You have negative, that you get a lot of time wasting, you lose developers, whether it's through attrition, burnout, lost opportunity, so like missed deadlines, you get lost revenue. But on the positive side of having a good developer experience is you have good, like there's frictionless onboarding, you have good workflows, you have good documentation, clear standards, clear guardrails for how things work. It's especially important within the kind of agentic AI side. And fast feedback loops. So you're getting, when you do something, you're getting a response really quickly, and if that was good or not. So there's 3 kind of core dimensions. I'm just going to list them here pretty quickly. Like feedback loops, I mentioned that's a core piece of that. It's how quickly do you learn if the change was correct. Cognitive load, it really is that the amount, the total amount of mental effort that's required to perform a task. So, humans were really bad at repetitive tasks, like hitting a keyboard multiple times, or as we used to say back in the day, like hitting any key and looking around for whichever one that was, is eventually you might slip and hit the wrong key. It's just humans were really bad at that. That's part of that cognitive load, but it's also the things that impact, like you have poor documentation, you have inconsistent tooling, you have ambiguous processes. All those things require a lot more of a, that cognitive understanding, and you have to really think about it, and it's not something that just kind of flows correctly. So reducing kind of that does help developers, dedicate that, the finite amount of mental energy we actually have to actually doing the job, the core problem, or really enjoying what you do. And then flow state, it is like how often are you like in the zone, which is kind of that, it's always a term that really just means that state where you can really deeply focus on a challenge ahead, what you're doing, and you don't have those interruptions, you don't have those other things that keep you from actually being productive. So those are kind of the core pieces of that. But those are terms that typically are applied to like business, or in the corporate or even just companies around developers and engineering. But we don't often think about how do our open source projects benefit, or benefit positively or negatively with the developer experience, those that are trying to use or getting to using our project. So the stakes are higher in a corporate environment, and the barriers to entry have to be lower. So you have to make it as easy as possible for new contributors to get started. You have to make it worth their while to stick around. Like that's a common theme around community building is how do you get them, and then what is it that makes them want to stick? It's creating that an environment. So how many of you read this book by Jim Collins, Good to Great? It's a fantastic book. If you have not read it, I highly encourage you to read it. He's a funny guy anyways, but he has really great stories. His research identified that no matter how dramatic the end result, good to great transformations never really happen in that one fell swoop of like, it just all of a sudden now they go from being a good company or a good organization to now they're great. It's in building that, there's no single defining action, no grand program, no one killer innovation. It's really more that process that he kind of described as like relentlessly pushing a giant heavy flywheel, turn upon turn, building that momentum until the point of breakthrough. And so the key to that, as he kind of says, was really that consistent, focused effort over time to build that momentum. So each small push really kind of adds to the overall momentum, and as the flywheel starts to spin faster, it becomes easier to keep it going. So applying this to the idea of like developer experience, especially when we think about this with open source communities, is that there's various pieces of those various components that kind of keep that loop going around feedback, onboarding, your documentation, time to joy is kind of a term that Twilio and some of the like Stripe and a lot of other companies years ago kind of understood that if you want somebody to start using something, you have to make that path to entry as easy as possible. So when we think about how to put that in place around like open source projects, one of the key things I think is like the README file. Like that is the front door. That is you should be saying in there, does it have like, what is this? How do I run this section? Like there should be something for that people understand very quickly. They don't have to scroll down, have links in there that takes you to that spot if you have to, but at least make it pretty evident pretty quickly what the project is and how do you start using it, how do you get involved. It is that welcome map really to the whole project. You also need to have like that contributing file. If you don't have the one in the project, you really need to have one. And if you do, you need to make sure that it is clear, concise, it's friendly. It's not taking an adversarial approach. It is very friendly because that sets a good stage for your community. You know, having things like issue and PR templates. You might think that's like common. It's actually not. You need to set the baseline for how somebody is going to, if they see an issue or if they want to add a new feature, how does that work? What are the things that you need in order to help, or that your community needs to be able to, you know, take in those, work on those issues or add those features, guide those new contributors, having those good first issues. How many in your projects have like a good first issue? I know it's a default tag now in GitHub. Having something like that is a great way and listing those and having, you know, there's multiple GitHub actions that can do that in your README file or in your contributing, but that help it so that they know, how do I get started right now? What's a good entry? Make it easy, something really easy. Also make sure that like you have non-code ways to get involved. Andy Lester in a 2012 post, which has been removed because he moved to a company. Anyways, there's a link that I will share these slides out. There'll be a link there to actually get to the Internet Archive of it. But it had some really great ways to get involved that aren't strictly code, like documentation. Be in that, like if you see an issue, go out there and duplicate it, give your findings, like those are great ways, answering basic questions, lots of different things like that. I mentioned some of the companies that kind of have figured this out from a company perspective, that like time to joy and tooling kind of is a very important part. You know, companies like, that's why Hello World was always that, like everybody had to have a Hello World, because it really was that, how quickly can I get to that thing? Some companies, some projects, it can take 15, 20, 30 minutes. By that point, you're like, I'm gonna go try something else. I'm gonna go look and see if there's something simpler. You know, we've called this like that time to joy. How quickly do you get that serotonin going of like, oh, cool, this thing actually works. Quicker you get that, the more likely people stick around. Friction in the setup. So like whether it's getting involved in a project or actually getting to be able to get to that time of joy. How do you install it? Do you have to run a bunch of commands, or is it one simple, like you see now a lot of projects, whether it's in Homebrew or in some package managers, or even just a curl script that downloads an install script that just gets it going. Like there's multiple ways to do that, but you know, that's a whole lot better than having to go, okay, you gotta clone this, and you gotta do this, and you gotta do that, and you gotta, like, it's too much. So automate that development environment, like dev containers. It's another great way. Like throw that dev containers JSON file, identify what is the core thing that somebody can just kick up a dev container, which are free in GitHub for, you know, a certain number of minutes, that they can start to use your project. They can start to contribute without having to have a cognitive, without having to have a bunch of stuff on their computer. It's also a great way to get contributions and to get people involved that maybe don't have access to a computer or don't have access to like a laptop, where they're sitting at the library or they're at school. It's a great way for them to actually start contributing without you know, needing a bunch of things. So it's kind of lowering that path to involvement. Linters, formatters, I mean, we've said this for years, I think, but putting in place some of those rules around how your project works and how you want to use, you know, different code styling to, you know, you could remove a lot of those style debates if you put in place some good linting strategies and how things get formatted. And your code base is consistent and it's easy to read, as opposed to my code over the years. Or even commits, like you can also structure it around that. And then like feedback loops, I talked about that, like GitHub Actions, other GitLab, there's other projects that allow you to have kind of some self-managed containers that allow you to, you know, if somebody wants to, you know, if they submit a pull request, first contribution, you can actually have constructive feedback. You can review a lot of that through some of these actions. There's a lot of projects and things in place. You can also thank a new contributor automatically. automatically. When it's their first contribution to a project, you can have something that automatically thanks them in an environment, whether it's in Slack or whether it's just in the pull request itself. That kind of feedback is good. People enjoy getting that, especially if you're new to a project. Your code reviews really should be about collaboration, not criticism. We get enough of that at work. It should not happen in, we shouldn't have to face it, in the things that we enjoy doing outside of work. Provide those clear expectations, guidelines for how reviewers and contributors actually kind of do that work. Don't make it the same person. Like, rotate that. That really burns people out if they have to do the same thing all the time. So look at ways to do that within your project. Smaller projects, it's hard to do kind of the office hour kind of thing because it might just be yourself. But if you have a couple people that are contributing and helping, office hours are a great way to just, hey, talk about it. See what people have to say, get some feedback, kind of show that you're, it helps to build community. It's that you're open and provide that kind of real-time feedback. The push that kind of keeps that flywheel spinning. I mentioned kind of thanking people. How many of you, like at work and your real jobs or at school or the things that consume most of your day, if you don't get either recognition or feedback or understand what the value you bring to the thing is, how many of you really want to continue to do the thing? Nobody. We all want some type of thing. You're like, I guess it's been doing it for years.
I'm the weirdo who doesn't need that, but I recognize a lot of people
Sure.
actually get, they don't know and they don't learn because they don't get that feedback. And then I'm the one guy who loves to stare at it until I figure it out. I'm like, oh, I know what I did. But a lot of people do. If they don't hear back, they don't know.
Yeah, for sure. It's getting that, there is that understanding how you can contribute is important too. Like getting that what you're doing, and so you don't have to be continuously told. So celebrate every contribution someone makes to your project. You can also, again, have documentation that mentions it. You can have there's bots out there that can add into Discord or into Slack or into Matrix, some of these others. GitHub Actions that will thank people and do, you can build that kind of culture within your project of that of recognition and value. Include the contributors in the release notes, making sure that whoever contributed, they're called out. That's searchable, which is good as well, so that shows up. Blog posts, social media shout outs, all those different things. And then a thriving community, you need engaged members. So that becomes really that primary source for new leaders in your project. You don't normally just somebody say, hey, I want to be a leader. Normally you don't say, okay, cool, here you go, here's the reins of the game. We saw that over time with the XZ kind of debacle, but we have, you want to help people in the community get involved and give them a role and have them get involved. It helps show that there's a project that's thriving. Also kind of helps share that emotional labor. So don't do everything yourself. Post out there the needs that you have, and hey, we need somebody to work with issues. We have somebody that keep a documentation up. We have somebody put in place the things that you would love to see in your project. As a call out. People often like to volunteer, but they don't know what the needs are. And so when you make the ask or make the call of we need this, it's a whole lot easier for people to say, I'll do that, than for them to just say, do you need this? So give that, foster that culture of getting people involved. So we put all of this kind of stuff together, and yes, I did have AI put together what that kind of looks like, but I think it did a pretty decent job. Having good documentation, that helps, showing that people can get up, set up quickly. You start getting, they get to their first PR, it's a good positive experience. They can feel valued with, the public recognition. It doesn't always drive people, but for a lot of people it does. They feel valued, they stick around. new leaders, when you start saying, hey, we have these things that you can get involved in, more people get involved, there's less burnout, the project can become more sustainable than just trying to do it all yourself. So measuring kind of what that looks like to kind of close this out so you know kind of how your project goes. You can't improve what you don't measure. How many of you have heard of the chaos community, community health, and open source software community? It is a great, it's a great resource, CHAOSS, so chaos with an extra S. They have a lot of great ways to get started to understand how well your project works. A lot of good metrics. Sometimes there are things you can integrate into things like Prometheus and Grafana and stuff like that, but also it's just some basic things to look at to see how well your project's doing. So you want to look for things like, new contributors. Who are they? Like, how reliant is your project on a small number of contributors? And if one contributor disappears or goes absent, how is your project going to be successful or not? How long that, like a first response, how long do you get, like somebody's asking for help, you can see how long it takes for that. Seeing kind of that contributor activity, churn, retention. That's supposed to say churn, not shirkin. But there's a lot of really good ways to kind of measure how your project is going. And these tend to kind of say, if you're performing really well in these, your project's probably spinning pretty well. That flywheel's going, people have a good, there's good momentum. But yeah, check out the Chaos Metrics catalog. GitHub even has some really great repository insights. They continue to add more to that. So you can see who's contributing, see even what projects, what other repos are using your, if you build a package, you can see where that is integrated into other projects. So you can start to see how your community is growing, who you can reach out to, get involved. But you don't really want to do all of this yourself. The goal is small things. You want to go back to your project, try to follow your own contribution guide. Can you do it? Find your friend, a friend that has never used the project. Maybe they haven't used a computer much. Have them follow it. You can identify, we have kind of a confirmation bias often that happens because we're used to the project, so we know that we should have X version of NPM installed, and we need to have these. We just kind of have a default, but look and see what the path is for somebody that's new to the environment, new to the project. Ask that friend to try, and then pick whatever that single, the biggest point of friction that they experience, and that'd be that low-hanging fruit. All right, let's fix that. Let's start there. So really, stop hoping for a community growth. You kind of have to engineer that. I've been working with communities over the years. You really have to kind of put in place those pieces. You can apply a lot of the principles in business, especially around developer experience, to open source projects. Doesn't always have to be, it only works here, it can't work in free projects. Focus on your onboarding. Focus on tooling, feedback, recognition. Those are good things for any project, small or big. Small, consistent improvements really do create a powerful, sustainable momentum. So with that, my name's Jeremy. Again, thank you. We got a few minutes for questions. I will post these slides. I also wrote all of this down basically into a blog post on Dev2 as well, so it'd be quick way to see it without 30 minutes of hearing me drone on, but I have all of that as well. So we have a few moments for questions. Any questions? Yeah.
Yeah, that's great talk, by the way. So this is great. I mean, if every contributor is the nice, understanding, and civil person, but sometimes even one toxic person or contributor can abuse their power and ruin the whole atmosphere, right? I mean, so how can we do that?
Oddly enough, that's not the first time that question's asked with this. there's multiple ways to deal with toxicity in a community. What I've found over the years is often have like just, hey, can we have a chat? Whether it's an actual just chat in Slack or whatever, or hop on a Zoom or a chat. Build a relationship and understand what their motivations are. What are they wanting to get involved in? What is it makes them happy? Sometimes there is a barrier, whether that's a language barrier, whether that's even just maybe they're burnout as well. Like there's some kind of barrier to them in the community and kind of participating at the same level. Understanding where that is and what motivates them can help. And if you can, if you build a good rapport, you can say, hey, this type of thing really kind of affects, let's see how we can like shape it to do certain things. Sometimes you do have to just say, we appreciated what you've done, but this just isn't working. And you have to say, I'm sorry, you're out. Rarely use that as the first response, unless it's something like I don't mention, and I really should. Code of conduct has got to be part of your project from the earliest stages. If you don't have one now, go do one. There's plenty of examples of really good ones, but establishing those guardrails, just like you would for an AI agent, you need to establish it for the community as well. Yep.
This is kind of similar to that, but maybe a little more specific. I'm just kind of curious if you've ever had to deal with social media degrading and any specific thing you had to do with that, because that's kind of not the usual toxicity. That's a whole other level.
So the level of people getting together and just
It's externally trying to influence.
Yeah, and it's a level of toxicity as well.
Yeah.
There's not much you can do with it other than be as open as you can with like, hey, this is what the project is doing. I think one good example, it is of a large project, but Kubernetes is always, or has done over the last probably 5 years or so, it's done a really good job of addressing those things when they pop up, saying here's the facts, here's what this is, we've messed up here, or this didn't happen this way, and being open and honest about it. I've been doing this stuff for 31 years. Like keyboard warriors were just as much an issue in the bulletin board days of the 70s and 80s when I learned like to troll. Yeah.
What a way to put it.
It was yeah.
So you've been on that side too.
Yeah, I mean yes, like Gen X, like we found ways to deal with things. But keyboard warriors have always been around. Eventually, you just, you know what, that's external. You have to kind of just say, we're not going to, lay it out, this is the facts, sorry, like move on. It's harder and harder now to do that. Sometimes you have to insulate yourself, block, like just for yourself. That's really all I got. We could dive into a lot of other things, but I think that
could be turned into a whole other conversation.
Yeah, it really could be. And there's lots of other talks on that very thing. Open source summits have talked about that for a while, but so you could go back and find some really good conversations around that probably could provide some probably more good examples than I can come up with right now. But I have seen that. I used to do the Android open source project, and XDA developers, if anyone knows XDA from years ago, I used to run that and do lots of things, and you just...
I would just kind of assume anything related to Android would get a lot of that.
Well, yeah, but we're talking like 2009, 10, like, yeah. So, any other questions? Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate you stopping by. And I'll post the slides maybe on my way home tonight. So, thank you very much.
It was good timing too.
Yeah, I had a guy in the back that was giving me 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
I think I saw him last night.
What? What's funny is the first time we did it, I was like,
he wants to add on to it, and then I realized, oh no, that wasn't just smart for you. It's like, this is 10. Okay.
Yeah, I think someone else was asking this question.
Yeah, that's what I was like, oh, that's what he meant.
They give you like training for IT, cybersecurity.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, this is like for this, they give you like training for, I don't know, it's like half a year or a year. It doesn't have to charge for it, but then the trade-off is they do a job placement. I think you start at like a lower wage than you would, and so you sign a contract for, I don't know, a year or 2 years or something. But they do jobs, so it's kind of like good job.
So it might as well be something to do with it. I've had more success, I've had more success with staffing agencies.
Yeah, no, I think that's the way to go, like, it's just.
Like a placement show when they help.
Yeah, so there's the cybersecurity, and there's IT one, and there's software, content management, digital media, I don't know, advertising.
Depending on what kind of.
So, yeah, I wouldn't touch that right now.
I mean,
It's fun.
I feel like I wanna go into that just because there's so much practice on results, it's like, it's like, they're not doing it right, so there's opportunity.
I mean, it's, I hear that our job market right now.
So this one I think I want to do.
Yeah, I think
He's a product manager at Walmart.
Got it.
Well, because
Infrastructure stuff.
we've created so much, that now it just needs to be maintained, so it's more the IT side. There's just so much random JS stuff floating around that needs to be.
I don't drink coffee all day.
I hate Java. I hate Java.
All right, so we have time for lunch.
You wanna send me you have my email?
Well,
They had
have
some,
food trucks.
they have local preferred food recommended, where everybody else does out?
They're recommending food trucks too.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I have that one, and then it's like a co-op. Oh. It's like, it's a cooperative, they do services, it's like some, not way. So they own a lot of, like the Apple website and other.
There.
All right, you are relieved.
Sweet, thank you.
Yep.
because Brian had the machine, so they might not have made it. No, but this was scheduled, the poll is just covering for Brian, because Brian won't say.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there you are.
Alright.
Cool. I was just noticing, because, this, are you 204?
No, 203, it should be the MCD, all the context bar.
Oh, okay, maybe listed here. Because I get HC 203, is Alex with, yeah, model connect protocol, it says Alex is for HC 203 and HC are for 204. I'm gonna call the, you can just hang out there while I'm figure out.
203.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
Yeah. Oh, Kevin, yeah.
Kevin.
Hello.
Hello.
I just wanna set up my laptop because I'll be speaking.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Nice to meet you, Paul.
So. Set up right here. This is going to, okay.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. The fun will be whether or not it will accept the DRM or not. Oh, it looks like it's going to.
Okay, and what am I? So this is there.
Yeah, and you want this part up there?
No, I am looking for an app.
So probably it's just doing the extended, so you might just drag and drop it over there. You also see, okay, so it's working just fine.
That's good for me. Okay. Yeah. Good.
So then, where would you be standing during the
I'm
presentation?
probably going to be here looking at my. Does it work? Or I should be there. I wanna.
I mean, you have the clicker, right?
I have the clicker, but I need to read my notes.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay, I see. So, if you're going to be there, then,
Maybe move this.
we'll just move the microphone and the camera and point it, this way.
Or
So, I'll just take the
I can move it. My laptop to that.
Here, you wanna put it right there?
Okay, this works. This is okay for me. But
Okay.
what about that?
Now, I shall just put it right there.
Yeah.
That should just be fine.
Let's try. What should I do?
Double check that the camera is actually pointed towards you. There.
Yeah. Okay. All right, yep.
Problem, I can't see where, unless it's right here where the camera's pointed.
Oh, okay.
So I pointed at that corner. It's like, you're not even in the.
Yeah, can you grab my mic off?
Are you not signed into the Linux Fest Wi-Fi?
No, is the Wi-Fi is really like slow.
You know how to log in? You have the password and everything?
Yeah.
Maybe try again. Maybe it's the wrong password.
clockwise, by the way.
Okay, yeah, I noticed. Faster.
Yes. Well, it's 2 o'clock, so if you want to
Okay.
start it.
I can just get started. Okay.
Yeah, we've been going already.
All right. Let's see. Welcome everybody. Thank you for coming to my session. Ooh. All right. Hi everybody. My name is Marietta, and this picture is taken from the Python documentary. So last year I had the honor to be interviewed for the documentary about Python, the programming language. And if you haven't watched it, you can watch it on YouTube. I believe right now it has more than 1 million views. So in this video, in that documentary, I talk about my journey of becoming the person who I am now in the open source, in the Python community. And it really started about 11 years ago. I attended a conference called PyCon US. And that conference, that event was so impactful. It is truly one of the turning points in my life. It kickstarted my journey into the Python, into open source, until eventually leading to the event being interviewed for the Python documentary. And it's really because the open source community, the Python community, the conference scene means so much to me. And since then, I've been trying to give back by helping to create that same experience, to give others the opportunity to meet, to speak, to engage at conferences. And I just want to provide that access to others by helping to make conferences happen. And so since then, I have become 9 times serial conference organizer. I've organized conferences like PyCascades, PyCon US itself, and PyLadiesCon. And I've been the conference chair for all of this, co-chaired, I helped them. And by being the conference chair for these various different types of conferences, it really gives me a unique perspective of how conference really happen behind the scenes. So how does a conference even happen? What makes a conference a conference? And there's really a lot going on. It's not just about having speakers at the conference. There's a lot going on. You need speakers, of course, sponsorship, catering, ticketing registration, video recording, AV, advertisement, swag, printing signage, a lot of things going on. And of course, all of this costs time and money. The money really makes things happen. And so when I first decided to join the PyLadiesCon team, I thought, I'm an experienced conference organizer. I could bring my experience and help. I thought I knew everything there is to know to make a conference happen. So I thought it's going to be easy. But after I started organizing PyLadiesCon, I realized that I was just wrong. Turns out organizing PyLadiesCon is very different, and I have to readjust my attitude and my mindset and learning everything all over again. What is PyLadiesCon? It is a fully online conference. It spans 24 hours non-stop engagements, non-stop content, and we serve the global PyLadies community. We strive for inclusivity, accessibility, affordability, and it's also free to attend. It's fully volunteer-based, and this event is multilingual. In our conference, our attendees never have to say sorry for not speaking English. And these are some interesting stats and numbers about the volunteers at PyLadiesCon. We have like 100 people signing up to volunteer. We have to review their applications, check their skill, their availability, to see if there is a match with our existing volunteer opportunities. And we were able to accept almost 70 people. And because this is a global event, global conference, we have volunteers who speak multiple languages. So it's not just English. We have volunteers who could speak Japanese, Thai, Korean, or German. And because of this, the nature of global community, global audience, we need to fill in 24 hours of programming. We have a lot of talks, a lot of content, a lot of speakers to coordinate with, and our speakers get to speak in whatever language they want. And as a result, our speakers and keynotes are also speaking in different languages. Last year we have six different languages spoken by the keynote speakers. And this is like a table just to compare how different we are with other well-known, well-established Python conferences in the world. Like we have just as big of volunteers as something like EuroPython. In terms of number of talks and speakers, we are closer to the size of like something like PyCon US, EuroPython. Those are really, really big conferences with a lot of volunteers. And in terms of language, we support almost nobody else have to deal with as many languages we have to deal with. Most events, most conferences are either just in English, just in one native language, maybe bilingual. We have to deal with at least 6 different languages in the programming. But our core team, our leadership team, is so much smaller compared to other bigger events. And also, conference needs money. Being a free event, it makes it even more challenging. And I think the organizers here at Linux Fest, they know what we're talking about. This is very similar events, also free. So I think like there is a lot of similarities in how we run PyLadiesCon and Linux Fest. The difference is PyLadiesCon is fully online, and we have to deal with multi-languages support. We also serve and we are accountable to the global PyLadies community. We don't get to just do whatever we want whenever. We have to work with PyLadies chapters all over the world. We work with the PyLadies Global Council as part of the global PyLadies, as part of the PyLadies community. We work with the PSF, the Python Software Foundation, who is our fiscal sponsor. So that's a little story about PyLadiesCon, and you already know how a conference usually happens. PyLadiesCon is different, so how is it different? How do we make a conference like PyLadiesCon happen? I mentioned online, and a lot of people might think that, oh, you're just having a lot of people on Zoom calls all day long. It's really more complicated than that. You see, everything that happens in a conference, sure, we didn't need to book a venue or anything. We don't need to worry about catering. There's no traveling. Yes, there are a lot of things that can be removed, but it doesn't make it any less complicated. We still work with sponsors. We still have speaker call for proposals. We still need to coordinate with our speakers. We still need to have websites, social media, advertising, video processing. All of those we still do even as an online conference. But just because we remove those complexity doesn't make it any simpler, because we have other challenges that other conferences didn't need to worry about. Like no venue, yes, but how do we actually meet online? Zoom is not good enough. We need to figure out a better way to meet online, a real conference platform. Yes, we don't have travel grants or something like that, but we still need to manage equipment grants for our speakers. We need to somehow give them the right equipment so that they can record their talks. We need to deal with translations. Video transcriptions becomes even more important. And somehow we need to fill out 24 hours nonstop of volunteer coverage. We really need to have even more collaborations with our volunteers ahead of the conference, not just the day off. And we need to do all of this asynchronously and taking into consideration of people's time zones all over the world. So this is just some examples of what our volunteers are doing. We do a lot of this reviewing talk ahead of time, pre-recording talk. Sometimes we need to remind our speakers, it's time to submit your video now, otherwise we cannot put your talk on our schedule. There's a lot of little things we need to do for all of our speakers. And we ended up doing our own video production, video publishing. And these are the things that our volunteers do for free. And you might say that, why don't you just pay somebody to do this? There are video production services out there available. We can hire people. Yes, we tried. It's not that we don't want to, but it's because we didn't generate income. We couldn't afford to hire people. And therefore, this creates a strong dependency to our volunteers. This is just some more examples of more tasks, even more things we want our volunteers to help us with: sponsorship, websites, social media. And as the organizer, our job is not to actually do all of this work ourselves, but we want to enable our volunteers so that they could help us. And in order to enable, we need to give them the right tools, the right access. They need the right access to like speaker data, documentation, sponsorship data, social media, passwords to social media accounts. There's a lot of things. And because this data we're giving access to, some of these contain private information. Like for example, when people register to the conference, I actually have access to people's home address. Sometimes last 4 digits of credit cards, postal codes, just a lot of very personal, confidential information. And these are the things I really need to be careful about sharing to other people before sharing with our volunteers. So I really need to start keeping track of exactly who are our volunteers, what access do they have, are they getting access to the right things? And not only I need to keep track to know who they are, I need to know so that I can revoke this access whenever necessary. And also I need to keep track so that I could thank them for giving them recognition for helping out. So how did this happen? How did we do this? Did we have something like Jira, Asana, Trello? You see, those things could work, but also cost money. For a group our size, they cost money. Of course, there are free versions, but doesn't work for our group. You know what doesn't cost money? Spreadsheets. You know, spreadsheets are free. And I know for a fact we're not the only community that use spreadsheets. When I signed in as a speaker here at Linux Fest, I saw they have a paper with spreadsheets of all the speakers. The text is so small and it's hard to find. So I know everybody in the conference use spreadsheets. And if you ever see sign-up forms, something like Google Forms, that's also spreadsheets. That's just the front end. The back end of that is actually just spreadsheets. And we really have so many spreadsheets. Volunteer sign-up, speaker scheduling, moderators, sponsorship, financial, design, transcription, all of these are all different spreadsheets. And this is just an example of the kind of spreadsheets we have to work with. This is just one spreadsheet, the speaker management spreadsheet. There's a list of all our speakers, their time, and again, global event, we need to translate their time zone into our local time zone. So multiple columns just of the same information, but copy pasting into different time zone. Link to their video, who will be the MC, who will be translating. And this is just 1/3 of the whole spreadsheet. You actually have to scroll to the right to see even more columns of this. I couldn't even put everything into one. And again, look at this. How do you read the text is so tiny. Like, how do you work with this? And we have so many spreadsheets. In fact, we have all of the spreadsheets I mentioned look exactly like this. And it's not just they are hard to read, it's hard to share. It's hard to manage access and permissions. Like, we either have to share the entire sheet or nothing at all. And without the right access, our volunteers can't help. And the data in the spreadsheets is not normalized. Like, we have duplicate info in different columns in different spreadsheets. Like, just now I showed that speaker management spreadsheet. The same time slot is copy-pasted across 6 different columns. And it's weird. It doesn't work. We just realized that we are doing this wrong. We're using spreadsheets not the right way. I'm sure there is a better way to do this, and I'm sure spreadsheets is good for something, but it's not for managing conference. So we realized this, we identified the issue, and we started thinking, what can we do to be better? How can we improve our operations? And one of the things we realized is that, yeah, we should just write more documentation. We need to write more documentation about our process, how we run our conference. So what are the responsibilities of volunteers? What should they do? How to read our spreadsheets? What they're supposed to be doing? We need to write it down, and then we should open source it. Like, we shouldn't have internal private documentations in private folders. It should be open source. So we did it. We started writing all of our documentation. We made them publicly available because we want to embrace the spirit of open source. So our volunteer guide, sponsorship guide, open spaces guide are now open in conference.pilates.com/docs. So what we realized that while writing this documentation down, we realized that, oh, the things we are writing, the things we do, it sounds like if-else statements. It sounds like, if a volunteer comes, give them something. If a team lead comes, give them other things, right? It really sounds like an algorithm. Like, I could write code out of the things we are doing, if else, for loop even. So we realized that, oh, you know what, maybe the documentation is not what we really need. Maybe we need to automate, write scripts. So we did it. We decided, okay, let's write some scripts. Let's write Python to automate and work with our spreadsheets and do things. We did those. We started writing scripts and we open sourced them. We created a repo about our infrastructure, about our tools. We now have a script that generates conference attendance by reading spreadsheets, all run in Python, and we have a script to automate the management of our Google Drive. And these are already available, open source, you can read them. But the thing is, even though it's open source and available, doesn't mean just anyone get to use it, because sharing Python script is still hard. You don't just get to take code and run without problems. Because I didn't have CI. Like, they work on my machine doesn't mean it will work on somebody else's machine. I need to teach them about how to install dependencies, activate virtual environments. It's just still hard to share our Python code to other people. And so we realized that even though it's already open source, if nobody else is running it, I'm the only one who knows how to run these scripts, I'm still a bottleneck. It still doesn't solve our problem. And we started thinking about this, and it really created a lot of frustration, feeling burnout. And we just started asking, like, why are we even doing all of this? Why are we spending time and energy to put a conference when what we ended up doing is record keeping, administrative, looking at spreadsheets. And we just really have to remind ourselves of our mission. The mission of PyLadies is to help more women to become active participants and leaders in the Python open source community. Copy-pasting spreadsheets doesn't serve this mission. This kind of invisible work does not build leaders in open source. PyLadies exists because we are already fighting to be visible. So spreadsheet labels makes this kind of fight harder, not easier. And like this kind of invisibility just doesn't hit every community the same way. Maybe it's okay for other communities, like this is just inconvenience. But for us, this is the kind of things that just makes our fight even harder. So in last year, in 2025, we just said, no more spreadsheets. What we really need is real database. We need a real infrastructure for our conference. And we can do this. We are developers. We don't have to wait until somebody else come and create a better tool for us. If no one else is solving this for us, we're going to lead. We will build it ourselves. This is what open source is for. And by building our infrastructure, we will be able to scale up our operations. We will be able to enable more volunteers despite our limited resources and time. We can create opportunities for our community members to contribute to open source. We want to give visibility of what really happens when you run a conference. And we want this to be sustainable. We want knowledge to actually be shared. And above all, we just want to be Pythonistas, solving our problems with Python. So let me share our PyLadiesCon web portal at portal.pyladies.com. And this portal is 100% open source on GitHub, PyLadies owned, and we have 100% test coverage. We have unit tests for the things we do for a conference. You can do this with spreadsheets. Python and Django, and our work is complex enough that requires 6,000 lines of Python code. 6,000 lines before there is unit tests, so it's even actually more. We are using more open source tools than ever before, starting with using Python and Django web framework. We use Postgres database. We use MailDev to review emails locally. We use Django libraries for user authentication management, Django OAuth. We still have to export our data to spreadsheets because our partners, our stakeholders, they are all still using spreadsheets. So we use a library called Django Import Export that lets us export data to spreadsheets whenever we need it. And all of this is hosted on PSF's infrastructure called Cabotage. And with real database, real web app, now we can give proper access control over our data. Now we could actually write code to restrict access to whoever needs it. A volunteer gets to see whatever, just the right things they need to do their work. Our administrators, our leaders, they get to see more. Confidential data like billing address, those remain confidential. And when volunteer leaves, we could easily revoke their access with a few clicks. You can't get this with spreadsheets. And this is an example of how we used to manage our volunteers by using spreadsheets. We have lots of people in this form. We have to look at them. First, you need to have a really big monitor to even review this. We review them. We need to look at them one by one, send them invitation email one by one. And then there's a lot of back and forth between. But now I get to do this on my phone. We have a web portal. You can do it on my phone. It's mobile. It's nice looking. It's big text. I can scroll up and down, and with just a simple press of buttons, emails get sent automatically. All in one screen. No context switching, no moving from email to spreadsheets. This is easy to do. This is scalable. Our portal does all the email sending. We used to have to compose all of this invitation email by hand, and sometimes we make mistake because we have to copy paste people's name, people's role. Sometimes we even forgot to actually invite them. We didn't write them email. They didn't know they could start helping us. But now, because of all of this automation, they can help. No one's missing information. This is another aspect that we moved away from spreadsheets, our sponsorship management. It used to be multiple spreadsheets, not just one, because we work with the PSF, our fiscal sponsor. They handle sponsorship contract, so we would have our own internal spreadsheets about our sponsors, and the PSF has their own copy, and we used to have to copy paste between our own to theirs. It's super complicated. But now we do this all in just one click. There is a button in the portal that sends email. No more copy pasting. No spreadsheets. And before, what if we made mistakes in our Google Forms, in our documentation, if we have typos, if translation is wrong? So before we have a portal, all of those burdens to fix data are on us. People would write to us, writing private emails saying, something is wrong here, your form doesn't work, it's missing some fields. We have to go and figure out where is that information, where needs updating. But now, there's no forms. Everything is open source. I get to say thank you. Please open a pull request. And this is why we are doing this. And thanks to this portal, we are able to improve the efficiency of our operations. As a result, last year in 2025, our conference is more successful than ever. We raised $55,000 US dollars in sponsorships. This is more than the first 2 years combined. More than twice of the first 2 years combined. Because with this database, we are now able to build public dashboard that shows real-time data of how we are doing, how far we are in our fundraising goals, how many sponsors we actually have. We couldn't do this with spreadsheets. Like this used to be private spreadsheets which I couldn't share because they have confidential info. But now I get to pick and choose which data are still important to the public and present them. And this is super important because we want to provide transparency and accountability to our community. And with our dashboard, we can now show charts. Our sponsors, they love seeing charts. And you might say, yeah, you could have charts with spreadsheets. Yes, but not with ours, because we were copy pasting numbers from one spreadsheet to another. After some time, we don't know which one is the source of truth. So it's not about we couldn't generate charts. Which spreadsheet do we use to generate charts? That's the problem. But now, there is one database, one source of truth. Anytime something changed, the chart gets updated on its own. We didn't even need to munch with the data. It just happens out there. And this is what matters to our sponsors, to our community members. They want to see our work impact. This shows impact and proof that we are doing to fulfill our mission of our community. So, and now that we have volunteer information in the portal, now it is easy for me. I get to showcase, I get to give recognition to our volunteers. I get to easily celebrate and highlight because I know exactly who they are, where they're from, their strength. I get to say exactly how they are contributing to our community. We could also now provide multi-language support to our community. And we already have Brazilian Portuguese language support, and I saw people are starting to create a pull request for Spanish translations. So this is how we can better support our global community. And with the web portal, now we can actually work with third-party apps. We can work with APIs and webhooks. We are already adding integration with our ticketing system. So we get to update, like this is how we get to display those charts, demographic data. Again, another thing that sponsors need, they always want to know this before sponsoring your event. Everything is just there, auto-updating. So we have started, like last year, we spent a lot of time to move our spreadsheets. What we have so far is those, what I've shown you. The volunteer management, sponsorship management are now in the portal instead of spreadsheets, but we still have a lot of other spreadsheets. So we are working towards that. We are working towards moving more spreadsheets into the portal. We still have a lot to implement. One of the big goals this year is like we want to also track expenses, expense tracking, expense reimbursement. Definitely gonna keep looking at our spreadsheets and figure out what can we move to the portal. Slowly but surely, we want to be at spreadsheets 0. We want more spreadsheets replaced. And maybe this is how you can help us. You can contribute to our open source project, which is on GitHub, or you can help with translations, documentations, support our community by donating and sponsoring. So thank you so much for listening. Again, please remember to just say thanks to the volunteers in this conference. They are very similar, also free, also volunteers. So remember to say thanks to the volunteers, the conference organizers, especially the sponsors. Thanks for making all of this happen. So thank you so much.
Any questions?
How do you go about onboarding new folks to the system in terms of, like, everyone knows how to use a spreadsheet, even though it sucks, so how do you onboard someone into this new bespoke platform?
Yeah, so it is not bespoke. It's really no difference than going to any, to me at least, any web app you've seen out there. But we do have documentation. There is documentation that tells you, okay, here is how you will create your profile. And as part of the onboarding, we have a different documentation as well to say, you need to log in, you need to create an email here, you need to create an account here, otherwise we can't accept you, we can't recognize you. We send them information about this is all the access you're supposed to have. If you don't have it, talk to us. We also have additional Discord channel letting them know, like, whenever you're confused, just talk to us. And for the administrator, I also give them internal demo just to show them this is where you're going to do certain parts of your work. Like, this is how you will review your volunteers, your team members. If you expect somebody is supposed to be here and they're not, just ask them to go here. Like, so we still have documentations about it. Did that help?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. session is here tonight. The next session is here.
I just have one more question.
Okay, yeah.
How long have you been using the new portal?
Last year, I think we started in April, actually. April
So it's still kind of
It's new,
newish
yeah.
then.
Yeah.
So the other thing I'm curious about is how you have or maybe plan to handle like churn and expertise of like the bespoke system is great until the person who wrote a bunch of it is gone. So is it documentation that you plan to use?
You mean in terms of maintenance of the software?
Maintenance, yeah, like if something breaks or if you need to add something new.
So one thing that helped now, there's agentic AI that you can use now, but it's really, yeah, documentation, and I think one of the reasons I'm giving this talk at conferences to give awareness, because I really want our community to contribute and help out. I really do not want to be the only one who knows about it. And so the decisions, like even other issues were all open, like even but before anything gets built, there is clear documentation of requirement of why we create this feature as a way they could see that past decisions, how it does. But in the end, it's the same as any other open source projects. You just have to raise awareness and start teaching people, let them know they can contribute and start from there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
No, thank you, it's very interesting.
Thank you.
session, just place here, because they didn't show there was anything this way to
Yes. What was supposed, what's here is the No More Spreadsheets building,
yeah.
Pioneers Con.
I'm glad I made it to the last part of it, but I couldn't find it.
Yes, we
I
might
just
have to
wanted
have a
to-
talk about that, because it's not on the schedule either.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I was listening in the hallway because I didn't want to interrupt, so at least I got to listen. But the next sessions,
The next session will be,
yeah, I think
which
I'm
one
okay.
am I in?
I know, you're in 204.
204, AI Scan My Brain Rot, theater
Okay.
performance.
Okay, I know people that are aiming to get to that one. Me, I'm
Yeah.
going next door if people leave, so I can.
Yes, that would be the Witches in the Circle.
Yes, yeah, I saw them this morning do a different talk and
Mhm.
really good, so. I'll be in the hall.
saw you yesterday, but you ducked out before I could say hi.
Yeah. Same room, right?
Yeah, yeah, you were right there. This isn't my room though. Waiting for the guy to take over from me.
Oh, I see. Relieve you of your duties.
Yes.
Where are you going next?
This will be, last session was my last. So I'll just be hanging out until everything's all said and done, and then we break everything down. Get everything ready for school tomorrow.
Right.
Except for us, we're taking 2 days off.
That's good.
Yeah, like, even the teachers are like, no, just no.
Pretty much was, we're in school these past 2 days.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Beautiful. Over here.
What time is it?
What?
How long is this?
I'm not sure exactly.
Can you place it on my computer?
Is it low on power?
Yeah, it's pretty low.
Oh.
Check.
Yeah, well, there's, actually, is it over here? Or back here? Probably over here makes sense. Sit next to, I think, unless, it's where, somebody else, is that what it's gonna be? Where, well, is it over there? Unless-
I regret to inform everybody that this session has been canceled. I am just being told about this over the Discord.
See?
Okay, let's go. Alright, thank you.
All right, let's go to 236 where it's gonna be low.
Anything else you wanna see?
Follow me
though?
around.
Sorry, the session here has been canceled.
Okay. Okay.
Were they the James and the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, James.
I was just reading that, and I was
Yeah.
also in James, and I was also in the Lanings. So I was like, I don't know. I hope they're not looking for me. Okay,
No,
that explains a lot.
no, over the Discord, James and Ken.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
You know this one's canceled?
Correct. I was just informed over the Discord.
So we're going to just take the sign down. Well, people are going to show up from this night, so I wanted to show that they're like, oh, it's been canceled. Yeah, so we're just going to tear it down because this was the last. This would have been the last one.
Correct.
Yep.
We might want to also, Ricky, we might want to also check. Ricky, we might want to look at, there seems to have been some sort of miscommunication of like the last session here was not on anybody else's schedule.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Because it was new.
Okay.
They put it on, I think, last night or the night before.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't in the original printouts that Britain put.
Okay, okay. 'Cause there was like 2 people here.
Yeah, it was very
that's
like
a little-
last minute.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate.
But that's what happens, you know.